It is the biggest night on television. Thousands of Bahamians have voted, the polls have closed, and now we wait. Hello and welcome to RTV's live coverage of the 2021 general elections. I'm your host, Jerome Sawyer. I'm joined by a team of experts and media professionals tonight, and the R News team standing by live here in New Providence and in some family islands. Over the next few hours, we will attempt to take you through this historic vote, helping to give you the very latest results, reactions, and of course, analyses. It's all here. Our vote on the Our TV network tonight. We have reports on all of today's voting activities. The R News team has been at the polling stations from 8 o'clock this morning. They are all standing by, awaiting to bring you up to speed. As expected, Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis cast his vote today. Dr. Minnis and his wife Patricia marking their exits just after 2 p.m. at the New Providence Community Center. But not before a little drama unfolded. Our Jasmine Brown is standing by live at the Free National Movement headquarters tonight. Jasmine, what can you tell us?
No. That's right, Jerome. The meeting was in for a bit of a surprise when they covered the Prime Minister voting. And that's because even though we arrived and were on that site, we were told to leave. And we had to call the Prime Minister's representatives and were allowed back on after a few minutes after waiting outside the gate. After the Prime Minister and his wife voted, he did give the media an interview. And here's a little bit of what he had to say.
But I have no doubt that we will win. I have no doubt about that.
How do you respond to criticisms that a snap election should not have been called at a time when we're experiencing a pandemic?
Well, I would only say when is the best time. Canada called an election, the United States had an election, Jamaica had an election, Bermuda had an election, and a host of other countries had an election. Was it the question that one should ask, if we, let's assume that we had waited till May and we were still in the pandemic, do you think the opposition would have allowed us to delay it until we came out of the pandemic? We say we need an extra 6 months to come out of the pandemic. You think they would?
And the Prime Minister didn't just address having an election during the pandemic. He also touched on why the decision was made to extend the curfew tonight.
The curfew has been extended for 11:59 tonight. Is that for election purposes, such as celebrating or getting the votes counted and everybody?
No, it's not unusual. Sometimes votes being counted can go beyond a certain time. And we took that into consideration, and therefore it was extended until 12 o'clock, taking that into consideration. So individuals are counting the ballots and not placed under any undue duress or stress, trying to move as quickly as possible because of time limitations. So we took that into consideration.
But sir, you should understand though that party supporters will be out on the road until 12 o'clock until the curfew, taking advantage of the 11:59 curfew.
Yeah, but police still have a responsibility.
The Prime Minister was also asked about the controversy surrounding one of the FNM's candidates.
Recently, there have been several allegations against particularly Water and Sewage Chairman Adrian Gibson, who's the Long Island candidate. Any response to that, and if not, why?
The opposition has nothing to campaign on. So they campaigned on pure mudslinging. We campaigned on policies on the way forward. They have accused me of many manner of things. I would not even tell you who were in their war room and pushing out all sorts of things. But we were focused. We were focused in making life better for the Bahamian populace and focus on policies that we think would advance the Bahamas forward.
Now, we also asked the Prime Minister about his administration's performance, and he did say that he gave them an A+ on what they've done over the last 4 years. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. While most voting was pretty smooth in most constituencies, in Bamboo Town, there were concerns with the COVID-19 protocols and issues with locating polling stations. Our Berthany McDermott covered that story. He joins us live tonight to give us a glimpse into just what happened out there today. Berthany?
That's right, Jerome. While the process was an easy one at other constituencies, the story was different in Bamboo Town as those residents encountered some hiccups as they came to cast their votes. Operations at Jordan Prince Williams Baptist School got off to a rocky start as crowds of party supporters gathered outside the school's gate looking to cast their votes. Minutes before polls were set to open, poll workers were still piled up on the outside. They were eventually allowed in, and a few minutes after 8, constituents also made their way inside. Once inside, some voters had issues finding their polling stations.
Too much persons being lost, too much persons, Thank God the person's still calm, but you could tell they're a little angst because people took a little while to find out where their polling stations were.
It's a little bit confusing because I'm looking on polling division 1, I'm looking for room 5, and there's roadblocks, certain areas you have to go around, and to this minute I still ain't found room 5 yet.
While there were signs posted throughout the school, residents say they found them confusing. However, F&M incumbent and Health Minister Renwood Wells insisted things were going remarkably well.
I think the process is going exceptionally well. The returning officer is doing a fantastic job. They were organized, but I will agree with you that we could have had someone out front who was able to better direct exactly where each polling station is.
There were also concerns about safety protocols, while crowds gathered at various sites, making some voters feel uneasy during the voting process. Wells said otherwise.
I said during the advance poll that we were going to treat every voter that's come as if they are COVID positive. And at the end of the day, that's what we've been doing to ensure that we keep the Bahamian people safe.
At constituencies like Pinewood, South Beach, and Tall Pines, it was a different story. They say the process was smooth.
The process seems very smooth, quick in, quick out. I must say the day is 150, 60, 180, 300,000 degree turn from what we experienced last week. I think persons came early as expected.
The process was smooth, it was flawless, it was quick and efficient.
So did you have any concerns voting in terms of social distancing and stuff like that?
None.
Over 191,000 voters are registered for the general election. That's more than the 181,000 that registered in the 2017 election. But today, some candidates said it seemed voter turnout was low this time around.
It seems like people haven't made up their mind to come out and vote yet. Voter turnout seems to have been very low. We don't know it's because of, maybe it's because of their fear of COVID.
The voter turnout seems extremely low. I think many people assume that it would be more crowded in the morning, so they plan to come late in the afternoon. So that remains to be seen, but so far the voter turnout has been very low. Now, while those candidates expressed concern over the voter turnout this morning, they were still hopeful that as the day went on, Bahamians would come out and vote. But once those votes start rolling in, the results rather start rolling in this afternoon, we'll know for sure just what the voter turnout looks like. Jerome?
Thank you, Berthany McDermott, reporting for us tonight. Well, as voters were casting ballots, international observers were also keeping a watchful eye on the process. They spoke with the media this afternoon about some of what they saw. Georgie O'Bain was also there. She joins us live with that story tonight. Gio?
That's right, Jerome. They were visiting us from the Queen's College polling division. That is where members of the Freetown constituency would have voted. As they arrived, they did a brief tour, and then they informed us of some of their observations. Representatives of the Electoral Observation Mission of the Organization of American States arrived at Queen's College, the polling station for the Freetown constituency, just after noon today. Chief of the OAS mission, Dennis Antoine, pointed out that the majority of polling stations seemed quiet.
Things are quiet. It seems as though the process is going smoothly, and we are continuing to observe.
Ahead of today's election, many voters expressed concern about the potential spread of COVID-19 due to long lines and crowding during the advance poll. However, Antoine said safety protocols were being adhered to at the majority of polling stations that OAS officials visited.
The COVID-19 presents a challenge, and we are encouraging everyone to adhere to the protocols of the Ministry of Health and electoral authorities. It is a very challenging time, and we do hope that everyone looks out for themselves and the others. So we are hoping that it continues to go smoothly, We have seen evidence of persons taking care with masks and sanitizing.
Following the 2017 general election, the OAS recommended that the voting process be moved to a digital platform. Today, Antoine said additional recommendations will be made in a report that will be released following the election.
Well, this is in solidarity to the member states of the Organization of American States. We're looking to ensure that we come and we participate by observing, and we would make critical and very accurate assessment of the process, and at the end of this process we would present our report with recommendations for improvement.
Reporting for R News, I'm Georgia Bain. Now, Jerome, they're not clear as to when that report will come out, but they said it does depend on how the election rolls out tonight. As for where I am, I'm at the DNA headquarters. I am at where the DNA will be watching the majority of those polls come in, and we will definitely keep you posted.
Thank you very much, Giorgio. We'll be checking in with you throughout the course of our coverage tonight. Well, voting stopped briefly in the Yamacraw constituency today after markings were found on 2 ballots. Gillian Gray joins me now from the Parliamentary Registration Department with an update on what happened. Gillian?
Well, after relatively hours of smooth sailing, the Yamacraw constituency hit a bump in the road when it was found that ballots had markings on them for a PLP candidate for that constituency, Zane Lightbourne. He said that they are glad that they caught it soon.
My team would have noticed a ballot that was given to a voter, and it had a marking on it. This happened in 2 cases that we know of, and the incident was flagged. There was a green mark from what was described to me, and the other one was a vote that would have been given to Mr. Johnson. And we are looking into the accuracy, because the voters who would have gotten them would have flagged this, and then we looked into it. Our legal team would have advised me.
Presiding officer Sonia Culmer did confirm that there was a delay at one of the polling stations, but said the others carried on. Lightbourne says thankfully the matter was dealt with.
It was corrected. I think the ballots were put as spoiled and reissued to the voter. It caused a delay, and for that moment they had to deal with the issue. So until the issue was dealt with, that particular polling division would have had a delay and not allowed other persons to come in. So we had no shutdown, however. The process continued, and it is continuing now. It began a bit rough. It's going smoothly, because a lot of persons would have taken the opportunity to vote early.
Ventilation also proved to be a challenge, as some workers complained that while the windows are reinforced with plexiglass for air conditioning, the AC was not on, leaving poll workers and political representatives in the blistering heat and fearing for their health. Despite the challenges, Lightbourne says for him, today was dedicated to one of his campaign workers who lost his life this week during a violent attack.
He wanted to win this election so badly. The last conversation I had with him was concerning winning, and then he wanted employment. He said, look, I just want to work, honest work. He said, I'm not doing this for money. And I told him, I said, well, that's the heart. You know, we're going to turn this country around, provide opportunity for you. And so we're doing this in his honor. My heart goes out and to the family, and we have offered also to take care of their expenses for the process of his burial.
Well, now that the polls are closed, all political representations, they're just in tiptoe anticipation for that ballot count. Now, we're going to be here at the Parliamentary Registration Department as those votes come in and bringing them to you live. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you. You guys certainly have a big job ahead of you tonight at the Parliamentary Registration Department. Keep safe. We'll be checking in with you. Well, folks, later tonight it's going to be all about the results. The polls have closed. The tallying is underway, but still no results as yet. We expect for that to change within an hour or so. To give you all of that information is our Christina, I'm so excited I can't get her name right. Christina Dragovich is on the board tonight. She joins me now with a review of what to expect. Christina.
That's right, Jerome. Christina Dragovich. Okay, so I am on the magic board tonight for our vote 2021. As you already know, there are 227 candidates, 39 seats are up. So we are going to be on this board. We're going to look at the balance of the House of Assembly as those votes start coming in. And these are going to begin getting populated. We're going to see different colors. We're going to see, of course, red, yellow, possibly green, and other colors from independent candidates. We're also going to look at the entire Bahamas as the results trickle in. And what we're able to do here on this board is we are able to go down to each island, to each constituency, to each polling division. And we can also compare results from 2017 with what we get here tonight. Some constituencies, there are up to 9 candidates, so it should be a very interesting race once these results start getting populated.
Christina, you two have a very interesting job tonight. Just very quickly for the folks, if we wanted to look at a constituency in 2017, how that shaped up and compare to 2021, take us through just a constituency very quickly so the folks know what to expect tonight.
Sure. So in Fort Charlotte, this of course is populated with our 2021 candidates. We can see candidates from major political parties. We have 6 candidates running in this one. But then when you look at 2017, we can see exactly what the voter distribution was like and where it fell when it comes to polling divisions. You can see 3 polling divisions went to the PLP, and the remaining polling divisions went to the FNM. So once we get to 2021, we can bounce back and forth to see how it plays out in real time.
Very interesting. Some great high-tech stuff there tonight. We're excited to see it all unfold. Well, still to come tonight, folks. We are live from Grand Bahama. Also, we have a team in Cat Island tonight with the leader of the opposition. We're on the ground in the Bahamas. Stay with us. It's Our Vote on RTV. We'll be back right after this.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hard hats, steel-toe boots, and climbing belts. They don't prowl the streets at night looking for the bad boys. They're the good guys, saving us during our darkest hours, putting their lives on the line every day to make ours brighter. They're the ones you call because you know they'll be there every time. It's not easy being a hero. Sometimes they're painted as the villain. But if there's one thing all heroes have in common, is that they don't give up. They're always fair and focused on helping those in need. Because for those heroes, it's more than a job, it's a duty. Some people try to be heroes, others just are. At Grand Bahama Power Company, we are proud to know a few heroes, always there for you.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment. Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay. Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
You've always taken care of them, even when you've neglected to take care of yourself. You are a giver, a peacemaker, a protector, and a provider. They depend on you. They trust you. It's a selfless job, and there's no medal for it. although it can be very rewarding. So as you provide for them, let us provide for you. J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Here's tonight's Bahamian Clue. Watch for new clues Monday through Friday and send in your answers by 11 a.m. Saturday morning. Good luck.
Transparency, honesty,
and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted. You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
Well, it's election night in the Bahamas, and today thousands went to the polls to choose individual representatives and a new government. 39 constituencies have closed their polling, and the count is underway. In a short time from now, we'll begin to get those results as the votes are being counted. Well, that count is also happening in Grand Bahama. 5 constituencies are up for grabs on that island. Our Kyle Walkane is live on the island tonight. Kyle, I know you've been there for a couple hours. What can you tell us?
Jerome, again, I'm in front of the headquarters of PLP's candidate for Pine Ridge, Ginger Moxie. We went to basically all of the polling stations today, and it was very, very calm, similar to what it was in Nassau today. Based on what we heard from the candidates we spoke to, all of them are questioning what appears to be low voter turnout. Joining me right now is the PLP's candidate for Pine Ridge. Obviously a hot seat. Coming over and join me, Miss Ginger Moxie. Miss Moxie, polls are closed now. How do you feel about your campaign and what's to come now the polls are closed? How do you feel about your chances?
I feel really good about my chances. Yes, the voter turnout was lower than expected, but we did really, really well. A lot of our voters showed up, and what I believe was a result was just voter disenfranchisement with the calling of the snap election and people not being able to transfer. We did suffer from Dorian, and there was a lot of, relocation and all that. And so many people had moved away. Right. And so we had that. But in terms of our campaign, we ran, I think, a very good ground game where people were enthused. People really want change. People have been hurting in Pine Ridge for so long, from Dorian, from the pandemic, but most of all, the handling of it. And so they wanted change, and so they showed up, and they showed up early. Our voters, Pine Ridge voters, showed up. And so I'm excited because I believe we're gonna do it.
Right, I want to ask you about how do you feel about your chances, as well as nationally, the party's chances?
I feel great about my chances here in Pine Ridge. Our numbers reflect that we're gonna pull it off. And I do feel the same about the party in general. I think Bahamians across the country are looking for that change that the Progressive Liberal Party is going to bring. And we do have a plan to take the country forward. And so, it's really a new day. And we're excited to get started on day one in making things happen.
Thank you very much, the PLP's Ginger Moxie. Again, Jerome, we're here in Grand Bahama, 5 seats up for grabs. Polls are closed and votes are now being counted at the various polling stations. After that, they head to the police headquarters just around the corner for us. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Kyle. I know you've got a big night ahead of you, covering 5 constituencies. You've got a big job. Certainly will be keeping you in view throughout the night. Well, the opposition leader, Philip Brave Davis, will be watching the returns from his native Cat Island, where he is the incumbent for that constituency. Our Jared Higgs travelled with him earlier today. He joins us now from Cat Island tonight. Jared?
Good evening, Jerome. That's right. I'm live here in Cat Island. Media came in on a flight just a couple of hours ago. Got dropped off here at Fountain Bay, oceanfront property in Cat Island. Waiting on the leader of the opposition now. Polls are closed. Haven't seen him yet for the day, but nonetheless, I'm here with his supporters who are expressing, that cautious optimism ahead of the release of the results tonight. Philip Brave Davis taking on the FNM's Felicia Knowles and the Coalition of Independents, Angelino Cooper. I can tell you that back in 2017, Mr. Davis got 60% of the vote in this constituency. He'll, of course, be looking to claim it again. Davis's family and supporters are all here at Fountain Bay. He's somewhere else on the island. Like I say, we haven't seen him just yet, but we certainly expect to see him later on. Cautious optimism being expressed. Not too much that I can tell you. Media got dropped off here, came to this resort right behind me. This is where we've kind of hunkered down, waiting to see what happens. Of course, Philip Brave Davis, the leader of the PLP. If the PLP wins this election tonight, he's the incoming Prime Minister. It's high stakes tonight, no doubt. And of course, we're standing by here in Cat Island, and we'll have an update for you later, Jerome.
Very much, Jared Higgs. Got a big job ahead of you as well tonight. Well, it's election night across the country. What's it going to be like on the outside? Our meteorologist, Greg Thompson, is here with our election night forecast. Greg?
Thanks, Jerome, and welcome everybody for your Thursday election evening weather. A couple of showers earlier today across most of the islands, the big islands, but things cleared up. We got a lot of sunshine, temperatures managed to get into the 90s. Trailing trough from a low pressure system that the Hurricane Center is watching, pulling towards the north. We should get a few more showers tonight through tomorrow as the system pulls away from our area. Beaching and boating weather for the northwest and central Bahamas. We expect those winds to be out of the southeast to south at 10 knots, seas running 1 to 3 feet over the ocean. While in the southeast Bahamas and east to southeast flow at 15 knots, seas 3 to 5 feet over the ocean. Here's a look now at your national forecast. A look now at your extended forecast through Tuesday. That's a look at our weather. Have a safe evening, everybody. Jerome?
Thank you so much, Greg. Well, when we come back, we're going to meet our esteemed panelists and analysts for the night. You're watching Our Vote on the RTV network.
Imagine, that's where every advancement begins, with an idea that things can be different, better. Now, imagine a world where your entertainment experience was all about you, your style, your show, at your budget. At Rev, that's what we've imagined. To join the conversation and learn more about the future of Rev TV, visit us at rev.bs/imagine.
Transparency, honesty,
and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted. You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
You're watching Our Vote on RTV. I'm your host, Jerome Sawyer, and tonight we have assembled an expert panel of former politicians to help us make sense of all of this. Joining me tonight on the broadcast, former House Speaker and PLP MP for Garden Hills, Dr. Kendall Major. We are also joined by a former MP who served under both the PLP and the FNM. He's also former chairman of the Gaming Board, Mr. Kenyatta Gibson. And of course, to round things out, noted journalist and talk show host, Quincy Parker. Gentlemen, welcome. Why you make up your face like that, Quincy? You're noted. Would you want to say famous journalist? Is that better? Gentlemen, welcome to our coverage tonight. We have an historic vote. I know we say it at every election, but this is an historic vote for so many reasons. I think we're going to play it. It's really going to play out tonight. Quincy, because I've known you longer, I think I may have known Kenyatta younger, but I know you longer. Let's start from your perspective. What do you think, without giving any predictions at this point, how is this going to play out, you think, for the major parties tonight?
Good evening, gentlemen. Noted journalist Jerome Sawyer. The fact of my own experience voting was that I was able to waltz in. The polling workers were able to joke around about my name, and I voted and left the polling station all within 3 minutes. Tells you that the voter turnout. And we've been talking about it. I think voter turnout is going to be the story of the night. It's very low, or it was, and it seemed to continue that trend. And I think that low voter turnout is going to present a problem for both established parties. Let's be frank. We love a strong man, and we love a clown. And Lincoln Bain has presented an opportunity for Bahamians to indulge in that love, promising what is $100,000 per person, giving the teachers an invitation to come see him on Friday so they could go gamble and tear down the statue of Columbus.
We're going to get back to that in a moment. I mean, we have a lot of time to talk about the figures here tonight, but from the politician perspective, gentlemen, Dr. Kendall Major, I'll start with you. Having gone through this yourself, what is going through the minds of those who have offered themselves, particularly in the two big parties? What's going through their minds right now as the vote count is happening?
Thank you very much, Jerome, and good night, everyone. The candidate is tensed. He or she is in some degree of trepidation, but on the other hand, could be at peace. The candidate will likely be at the polling station that houses the largest amount of the school or the church that houses the largest degree of polling station with their persons waiting for texts and information and trends. At this point, they've done their closing argument. It's just a waiting game, and they're waiting for the results. That is an extremely anxious moment. And as the results come in, it's a combination of ebb and flow of excitement and anxiety, one way or the other. It's a difficult time for a candidate, but it's a necessary time. And if you've done your work, you're at peace. You're just waiting for the results.
Kenyatta Gibson, you two have been on both sides, the winning and the losing side. But when these numbers start to come in, as that candidate sitting there, at what point do you know it's going in your favor, or do you know it's going against you, or do you have that sense from earlier on in the day as the voting is happening, or even days before?
You definitely have a sense as the voting is happening. You know who your supporters are generally, and you know if they've come out for you one way or the next. By now, though, politics is about reckoning. It's always a reckoning day. And the Bahamian people have to adjudicate what they think, how you performed. By now, I was always settled and always took it that the Bahamian people will make their determination.
You called it a reckoning.
Powerful word.
It's a reckoning. is it at this time around a real reckoning for the FNM, and is it also a reckoning for the PLP, who since the last election has had to do some things differently in order to come back to the Bahamian people?
Well, I'm not in a position to decide who it's a reckoning for at this point. I'm going to wait for the numbers to come in. I'm not in the predictions business.
I got you. Not in the prophecy business either. All right.
I'll jump in. I think it's a reckoning for both. I mean, because the stakes are high. We're talking about the direction of a country for 5 years. We're talking about great monumental challenges that are ahead. It's almost frightening for who will lead this country now over the next 5 years because of the largesse of challenges that confront us. So it's a reckoning for both leaders in particular, because they have to set the tone and they have to walk out of here tonight and determine victory or defeat.
Quincy Parker, we know that we go to our individual polling stations to vote for the candidate. But is this race about candidates or is this about leaders?
Actually, I think I'm in the minority of all of the conversations that I've had, minority opinion. I think every election is about the candidate. However, it would be naive to say that the views about leaders have no influence. I think the last election taught us that in some cases, the view on the leader can make all the difference in the world. I voted last election in Yamacraw, and Melanie Griffith, was running against Ellsworth Johnson. And Melanie Griffith did a phenomenal job as a member of parliament. And when I walked up to her to go and vote, she gave me a little handshake because she knew it wasn't going to be in her favor. And it wasn't because she was a bad MP, it was because people wanted to make a statement about Mr. Christie, in my view. This time around, I think that there is I'm going to be frank, a manufactured wave that is attempting to say there's a wave with Brave. I don't agree. I think it's about the candidates.
Okay. I'm getting word that we may be going to the Parliamentary Registration Department in a moment. So we're going to stand by for that. In the interim, though, gentlemen, thank you very much. You look at a bunch of guys sitting on this panel, so we have to beautify the room a little bit. But her beauty certainly, and what she brings, that doesn't discount what she brings to this conversation. Dr. Nyambi Hall Campbell Dean is an Afrocentric community psychologist. She's an associate professor at the current program coordinator of psychology at the University of the Bahamas. She is our political analyst tonight. She joins us in the room as well. We have been talking about so many different aspects, but I think one of the biggest stories tonight will be the voter turnout. It's still too early to determine, but from all accounts, it seemed like voter turnout was low. Any idea as to why you think that would happen?
Well, Jerome, one of the things as social scientists, when we look at what motivates people to vote, we know that their access to being able to vote, their motivation, how willing they are to participate, as well as the difficulty in participating in the voting process. So I think that this year, specifically, we see that there were challenges to all of those things, right? We're dealing with a global pandemic, we know, and that affects people's ability to move. We saw at the last minute it didn't really affect people that were in quarantine, but then that might have affected others' motivation to actually go out and participate in the polls. So I think that there are a number of factors that could be contributing to why we see that low voter turnout, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out throughout the night.
Are there any issues that COVID obviously is going to be the biggest issue on the table tonight in terms of turnout, in terms of everything else. Are there any issues that you would have noticed that have come to the fore this time around that are a little bit more predominant than in previous elections, or is it pretty much the same, the economy, crime, tourism, those issues?
Well, I think it would be interesting. I really didn't hear that much about crime this time around, which I think was an interesting factor. I think when we look at the last elections, crime would probably rate a lot higher in terms of what voters are concerned about. I think right now in this climate, the economy is the main issue, and healthcare, or people feeling safe in their communities. So I think those are the factors that we're really focusing on this go around.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Naomi. We will be talking to you later on in the broadcast. You certainly are an integral part of our team, so we'll certainly be checking in with you and getting your take on all of the events as they unfold tonight. We also have some other very special guests in our studio audience tonight. They are here as a part of our broadcast and are with our Jessica Robertson. Jess, give us a glimpse into who you've got out there and what are some of the things that you guys are going to be discussing tonight.
Little town hall, COVID style. Of course, we can't have a lot of people here in the room. But before we get to that, I just want to alert readers to some information that you may not have seen. We do have a number of constituencies here and polling stations here in New Providence that are closing later than the 6 p.m. So the latest is set to close at 6:53 in about 4 minutes, and that is Yammer 7. 6:52 p.m. you have Golden Isles 1, 2, and 5. And Southern Shores number 1 would have just closed at 6:45. So just keep that in mind as we're waiting for results to come in, that things are just wrapping up in some areas. But like we said, we have our own little town hall going on here today. And what we did was we wanted to talk to some of the younger generation of voters to find out what their thoughts are on the whole process, just elections, the state of the country, and what happened today. And we invited University of the Bahamas students today. So we have Deandra Ambrister, who is an English graduate student. She's just graduated. Tamia Graham, who's a marketing major, and Sturman Roll, who is also in marketing. And what's interesting is these three, we have very different situations. As we know, the voter turnout is actually looking to be a major story today as we look at what happened. And we've got one who voted, two who didn't, one chose not to, one who didn't get a chance, kind of got caught by the snap election. So Sturman, let's start with you here. You actually did cast your vote today.
Yeah, I did.
First time?
No, this is actually my second time.
This is your second time. What was different for you today?
I would say actually the first thing that was really different was there was no wait time. I actually got to the polls, and the first thing was I walked right in. That was actually amazing for me. I was actually surprised. I was expecting long lines. I know the last time that I voted, which would have been in 2017, the wait time was crazy. And so this time it was actually a smooth process. I know I saw lines and things from the last time and the last week actually at the advanced polls. And so I was expecting a bit more today, but it was actually pretty smooth.
Okay, and it looks like I am being told to send it back to Jerome.
Okay.
That's how tonight's going to roll, folks. It's live TV on election night, and things are going to keep changing. So we will certainly be coming back to the others. Jerome, back to you.
This is great. Thank you very much, Jessica. We're going to check back in with you a little later on in the evening. Christina, we've got some numbers coming in already. Take us through the board.
1 p.m. and we have some numbers coming in from Freetown. Now, in Freetown, we have 8% reporting so far. There are 4,869 registered voters in this constituency and 12 polling divisions. So right now, Dionisio de Aguilar, the incumbent candidate for the FNM, he has 5% of those 8% votes so far in the night. Wayne Monroe has 16%. Patrice Hannah-Carey comes in with 27%, and then Shemine Lindsay, she has captured 34% of the vote so far. Remember, we're still early in the night, as well as Shanika Dean, she has 19% of the vote so far. But we also have numbers coming in from Mangrove Key and South Andros. We have 17% of the votes coming in so far. There are 2,335 registered voters in this constituency and 12 polling divisions. D'Angelo Ferguson is there, a new face. He has 48% of those votes so far. Leon Lundy of the PLP, 42% of the votes. Trevor Green has 2%. We'll jump down to York Sands, 6% of the reported votes so far. Cornelius McKinney of the UCM, 1%. Angelo Smith of the KGM, Kingdom Government Movement, comes in with 1%. So we're looking to see what other numbers come in so far for the night. Again, Mangrove Key and South Andros, 17% of the votes coming in so far. And we do usually expect the results of the Family Islands to come in a little bit sooner because those polls usually close on time.
Thank you very much, Christina. Gentlemen, I'm just going to bounce back into the studio for a moment. Let's talk about Freetown. I think there was an aha moment for us when those numbers came up. Shemaine Lindsay of the UCM, 34% of the 8%. Patrice Hannah Carey, 27% just of the 8%. But you look at the numbers there, it's very early on in the game, but that must be a bit troubling.
Yeah, you know, one of the first things that I thought of was the 34% is very interesting, and I think we need to focus on that. But I would be curious to know what are the real raw numbers.
Right.
What are the raw numbers? Because the raw numbers, we are not as accustomed to dealing with the percentages just yet. I think that's wonderful. But the raw numbers will give us a really good idea of how many persons actually voted for this independent candidate. I think she was a former beauty queen.
Yeah, she's a former Miss Bahamas.
Miss Bahamas, well-spoken, and a tremendous campaign. And I've never seen this before.
Well, I'd also like to see which polling division it is. There may be some specifics about that particular polling division where she has a particular base, so we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll try and get the polling division numbers as well.
This also comes back to your question about voter turnout, too. Because, frankly speaking, if Diaghilev didn't get out the vote, the independent voters, the Coalition of Independents and the United Coalition Movement are going to wreak havoc in his re-election bid, and I think it might be too early to extrapolate that across the field, but don't let it be said that we didn't see it.
Well, certainly in my anecdotal evidence, the numbers are definitely down. It's unquestionable. Certainly throughout Nassau, the numbers are down. That can change. We used to, 90%, 85 to 90%. That could be a factor into making tonight very interesting.
I want to bring in Nyambi for a moment in this discussion. When you look at that, and again, folks, we just want to caution you that these are very early numbers coming in. But when you look at that, to see, at this stage that votes outside of the major parties are coming in, and again, it's still too early to tell how this is going to all shape up. Just maybe that they did very well in that polling division. We don't know. What could that potentially mean for tonight?
I think it could potentially mean that we are talking about the reckoning that you mentioned earlier. But I think when we say a reckoning, when we put it into a historical perspective, the country has had a reckoning every 5 years for the last 20 years. So I think what makes this particular election different is that we have a reckoning where we have other choices. And people are really looking at those other choices as real possibilities. So I'm excited to see what the other reckoning results demonstrate.
Do you think people have gotten to that point where they are just so fed up with the two-party, with the back and forth, that they have now seriously begun to look at other options?
Absolutely. So, when we were here last week at the early polls, I said this is really an interesting election also because we have a population of voters who have never known a Bahamas where there was a consecutive administration, right? So these voters, these young people who have seen this back and forth for their entire lives may be saying, you know what, it's time for us to really do something different.
And possibly this could be the something different We still have a long ways to go. It is still very early on in the night, so certainly as we get more results in, we will be seeing how this all plays out. Well, we are close to 1 hour since the polls have closed. We expect the results to continue to come in. We are going to be here to bring them to you. But first, this quick break. You're watching Our Vote on RTV.
Imagine. All Rev TV customers now have equal access to premium content. You no longer have to subscribe to Rev TV Pro to enjoy add-ons like HBO and Star Premium. Simply subscribe to Prime, then choose your add-ons. And now there are even more bundles to choose from. Sign up today and start watching TV your way, September 1st. To learn more, call our Rev Imagine team at 603-6520.
This is a huge deal. NFL Sunday Ticket is back, only with Rev Trio. All day football, all day Sunday. Enjoy all the benefits of Trio with a huge extra. Never miss a game with NFL Sunday Ticket, included in your Rev Trio bundle. All you have to do is opt in. TV, phone, and internet starting at just $99. Call 601-8992 to sign up now. Visit www.rev.bs/promotions for details.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hard hats, steel-toe boots, and climbing belts. They don't prowl the streets at night looking for the bad boys. They're the good guys, saving us during our darkest hours, putting their lives on the line every day to make ours brighter. They're the ones you call because you know they'll be there every time. It's not easy being a hero. Sometimes they're painted as the villain. But if there's one thing all heroes have in common, is that they don't give up. They're always fair and focused on helping those in need. Because for those heroes, it's more than a job, it's a duty. Some people try to be heroes, others just are. At Grand Bahama Power Company, we are proud to know a few heroes, always there for you.
No debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Imagine. All Rev TV customers now have equal access to premium content. You no longer have to subscribe to Rev TV Pro to enjoy add-ons like HBO and Star Premium. Simply subscribe to Prime, then choose your add-ons. And now there are even more bundles to choose from. Sign up today and start watching TV your way, September 1st. To learn more, call our Rev Imagine team at 603-6520.
This is a huge deal. NFL Sunday Ticket is back, only with Rev Trio. All day football, all day Sunday. Enjoy all the benefits of Trio with a huge extra. Never miss a game with NFL Sunday Ticket, included in your Rev Trio bundle. All you have to do is opt in. TV, phone, and internet starting at just $99. Call 601-8992 to sign up now. Visit www.rev.bs/promotions for details.
They say curiosity killed the cat. Well, they look pretty alive to us. There are countless curious mysteries waiting to be discovered in the world. No, the universe. Follow your curiosity on RTV with a series of award-winning documentaries from Curiosity Stream, right here on RTV.
Happy Foods. Happy Foods. 242. 242. Happy Foods. 242. Food galore just for you. Happy Happy Foods. Happy Foods. 242. 242. Happy Foods. 242. Food galore just for you. Happy Food. 242. Food galore just for you. This ain't no talking show, it's a eating show. Sasha Laurel is the host of Happy Foods. 242. Food galore just for you. Happy Foods. 242. Food galore just for you. Happy Foods. 242. Food galore just for you.
Hit it. At Game Show Network, we love fun.
Are you ready? I can do this all day.
We love games.
Put your brains to the chain.
We love laughs.
What?
And we absolutely love winners.
You won!
When you're watching Game Show Network, everybody wins.
Let's recreate. Trombone, if you've ever seen someone play, they just change the length of that bit that they're moving in and out. You can do the same with the straw in a bottle. That cold blue water is staying put. It's not rising.
We just did magic.
We are the Central-X. We are the Central-X. We are the Central-X. We are the Central-X. We are the Central-X.
Let's recreate.
Well, it's exactly 1 hour since the polls have closed and Bahamians have elected a new government of the Bahamas. As we await more results, I wish to once again welcome our studio panel, as well as our expert here, our political analyst. Thank you so much for staying with us. We do need to back up just a second. We've had a computer glitch. We need to make an apology on the air. We gave you some numbers out of Freetown earlier, and those were not correct. So we do want to apologize. We are sorry about that. We had some issues here. We've since corrected that, and we are looking to bring those numbers to you in just a few moments as they begin to come in. But we do ask our panel to thank you for standing by and being with us. In the meantime, we're going to check back in with our Jessica Robertson, who's out front, with some folks who have been monitoring all of this. Again, we apologize. Our Freetown numbers were incorrect. We're correcting that. We'll have those numbers for you in just a moment. We do understand some results are coming in, but we want to verify everything before we come to you. Jessica, I know you're standing by.
Thank you again, Jerome. And again, we are here with our COVID-style town hall. We have 3 University of the Bahamas students here with us. We decided we wanted to talk to the younger generation to find out truly what their thinking is. And as I did introduce them by name earlier, we have Deandra Armbruster, an English UB graduate student, Tamia Graham, marketing major, and Sturman Roll, UB marketing. Sturman we spoke to in the last segment, and he did get a chance to vote. This was his second time voting, and he commented on how, like for many of us, this was a kind of a get in, get out experience. There wasn't the long wait that we've had in the past, and certainly we were expecting today. Now, Tamia, you actually were one of the, you did not vote, and you were one of those who didn't vote because you got caught out by the snap election. You hadn't registered. What was it like today to watch things unfold?
I think it was sort of bittersweet for me. I was upset that I wasn't able to go out and vote, but I also was thinking about COVID and how now that they allowed the ones who were in quarantine to go and vote amongst the others. So I was sort of kind of happy that I didn't have to go amongst those who were quarantined. But it was a little upsetting not being able to vote, especially since it was my first time. I was quite excited.
And did you know what you were going to do had you had the opportunity to go into that polling station today?
Definitely.
You did. Okay. And Deandra, you also did not vote in this election, but this one, you were registered.
Yes, I was registered to vote.
But like many others,
I chose not to.
You chose not to. What was the thought process for you?
I think that I as well as the majority, well, not the majority, a number of the population, we are kind of disillusioned with the options that were presented to us. And it's not necessarily that you didn't want to add your voice to the conversation that was happening. It's just that you have candidates who probably did not speak on a platform that you were concerned about. It kind of felt like the election was rushed. There is the idea like, okay, what's going on? Again, what are we not being told? So there are lots of questions that are associated with what's going on. And so that was really my hesitation.
What topics did you need to hear them talk about to get you excited and motivated to get out there?
Well, I would have liked to hear some more, like a different plan than tourism about economy. Like that seems to be something that we always fall back on. I would have liked to hear something about education, how we would have reformed the education system. Definitely about healthcare, definitely about marginalized communities, like how are we going to improve social services. We saw the way that social services did not hold up when COVID came, and there were a lot of people who were relying on social services that just did not come through for them, you know, and so you kind of have this idea that when you're paying taxes or when you're making contributions as a citizen, that there's going to be certain things in place for you, and when they don't support you in the ways that you would expect them to, that's kind of disappointing. So for those people who might have gone into the election or gone into this season with those ideas in mind, I would understand why they would choose not to.
Now, thank you for that. No, that's fantastic, and that's what we all need to hear is why are people going out there? It was interesting today. Started to see. I went very early in the day, so I went before the polls opened, so I knew I was going to have a wait. But then it was very smooth, and I got in and got out. And throughout the day, my feed was filled with people saying, "Oh, in and out in 5 minutes, in and out in 5 minutes," and everyone's excited about this. I'm going, but why are you getting in and out in 5 minutes? So 2 out of 3 here did not vote. We don't know yet. We're just kind of looking at anecdotal numbers. We're not going to know until probably for another day or so really what the results were. But are you surprised, any of you, that so many people seem to have either not had a chance or not opted to participate? What do you think, Stermon?
Definitely not. I'm not surprised that there was a low voter turnout. The major thing is that I knew that deterred people were the fact that quarantined persons were allowed to go and vote. Now, of course, we understand they have a right to do that because they have just as a right as somebody who does not have COVID. So, but I know that deterred a lot of persons because their whole thing was, okay, I'm at risk. The moment that was announced to the public earlier this week, I saw my feed filled with, okay, well, that's me. I'm not voting anymore. A lot of persons were like, I'm just not willing to take the risk. I know there are a lot of persons that were gearing themselves up to vote, but once that came out, it was like, no. And then beyond that, I think it goes back to what she was talking about earlier. Some persons just don't feel enthused about it. It's like, what am I going to vote for? It's the same thing, essentially.
So it's probably a whole mixed bag of reasons for what is not traditionally the case here in the Bahamas. We usually go out in droves. If there's one thing we're going to do is we're going to vote. But Jerome, we're going to come back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Jessica. We have some results now. We can show you what's happened in Long Island. Christina, take us through.
We have 3 polling divisions reporting in Long Island. That is 33% of the 9 polling divisions. We've got 1,836 registered voters in this constituency. In polling division 1, these are the results. We've got Adrian Gibson coming in with 65 votes. That's 54% of the votes. Terrell Young coming in with 53 votes. Sidney Carroll, 2 votes. And Shaquille Adderley has captured 1% of the vote. We also have polling division 4. Polling division 4, here we go. We have Adrian Gibson with 79% of the votes in polling division 4. That's 151 votes. Tyrell Young, 40 votes. Sidney Carroll, 0 votes. Shaquille Adderley, 0 votes. We also have polling division 7 in Long Island. Shaquille Adderley, 2% of the vote coming in. That is 1 vote. We've got Adrian Gibson, 20 votes. Tyrell Young, 35 votes. Sidney Carroll, 1 vote. And those are the overall results that we have so far in Long Island.
So it gives us a view here. You've got 1, 2, 3. So we've got 3 polling divisions?
3 polling divisions out of 9. So you can see if you look by colors, we've got 2 red polling divisions and 1 yellow.
We're going to allow you to see if there are any more polling divisions at this time. Gents, as we start to see this now, this is a Family Island constituency. Adrian is an incumbent. Had some issues going into this election. There are some allegations on the table facing him as Water and Sewerage Corporation chairman. We see this. Any noticeable trends at this point? Anything? You guys have been in this race before. What is it like at this point?
It's still too early to call. I mean, there's a large outstanding vote, and we'll have to see as they come in.
We're going to go to the board now. St. Barnabas, do we have this? Christina, are we able to take folks through this at this point and see where we are with St. Barnabas? We've got, looks about 18% reporting.
18% reporting. We've got paper moving faster than the board at this point, but in polling division 6B, Kermit Agaro is coming in with 6 votes. Karen Butler, independent, coming in with 4 votes. Michael P. Butler, 0 votes. Shannon Dawn Cartwright of the F&M, 87 votes. Michael Halkitis of the PLP, 59 votes. Alexander Kemp of the KGM, 4 votes. And Teddy Russell of the DNA, 0 votes. That's just in constituency 6B of St. Barnabas.
Now, we may be looking at here some more numbers since we've been able to catch up. So if that is the case, we've had 18%. This is what we're looking at within that constituency. Are we able to show any polling divisions lit up at this point? So
not as yet.
Okay. All right. We're going to allow you to. Now, St. Barnabas is going to be one of those interesting constituencies. I think Shannon Dawn Cartwright was seen as a pretty good MP. People in the area liked him. He seemed to have done a good job. But could it be one? Halkitis is a comeback kid. He's come back for the PLP in this race. He lost in the last election. He's back in the race. When you look at St. Barnabas, is it one of those constituencies that you think can go the way of the government?
I think it can. And primarily because Shannon Dawn has run a good campaign, and he's been regarded generally as a good, decent candidate. And he was chairman of the sports of the parks, and he through that vehicle he was able to assist a lot of persons, and so he has been popular. He spoke well. Now Michael Halkitis, he's a formidable opponent. Many would have wanted him in another constituency. However, he is from St. Barnabas, and I think it's still early. Don't count out Michael yet, but I think that's going to be one of the races to watch.
All right, we're going to go to the board now. Central Grand Bahama. Christina.
We can look at, we have 14% votes reporting so far out of 6,810 registered voters. There are 14 polling stations, polling divisions in this entire constituency. In polling division 13, Iram Lewis comes in with 84 votes. Kirkland Russell of the PLP comes in with 162 votes. Latanya Ferguson Strawn comes in with 34 votes. Troy Garvey of the UCM has 3% of the votes so far. We can also look at polling division 6, where Iram Lewis has 66 votes. Kirkland Russell of the PLP, 67 votes. Latanya Ferguson Strawn, 30 votes. Rollington Cooper Jr. of the KGM, 2 votes. And Troy Garvey, 2 votes.
So this is very interesting for a moment here. You see here, if you look at Latanya and you look at the others, you see here where in this polling division, separated by 1 vote, but you see where the vote split is already starting to happen. That must be troubling.
I think that's the game there. That's the game all night long.
Yes.
I wanted to point out that earlier there was one of the things that Christina said was that the DNA candidate got no votes in a polling division where a coalition of independent candidate and a United Coalition Movement candidate got votes. Mm-hmm. And I think that's also going to be a developing story through the night. I think the DNA is decimated at this point. And so that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
All right, Nyambi, as we attempt to pull that up, you know, that third force that people have been talking about, is that really from a level of frustration, or do people just genuinely want something different?
I think the desire for change is something that shouldn't be underestimated, but I think also the fact that change can be scary is something that needs to be taken into account as well. You know, sometimes we talk about the devil that you don't know is worse than the one that you do. So we want to take into account all of those factors, but I think we also need to take into account who the Bahamian voter is and look and see what percentage of our population really is out there voting.
So we've got some fresh raw numbers coming in from the Marathon constituency. This looks to be polling division number 11. The FNM candidate, Ramal Ferrer, 109. The PLP candidate, Lisa Ramming, 106. Stella Thompson, 0 of the GCP. Brian McCarty of the BCP, 1. And Zacchaeus Glass of the DNA, 1. And Santiqua Claire of the Coalition of Independents, 21. Let's see if we can maybe refresh that. This is Marathon polling division number 11. Again, very tight. 3 votes separating the PLP in the FNM, but you've got the Coalition of Independents candidate who has 21 votes, DNA 1, and Brian McCarty 1 in that constituency. It seems the DNA is polling lower.
That's what I'm saying.
Certainly looking that way.
Is it?
And this would be the third consecutive election where they have declined in votes on each occasion, if this trend continues.
I believe if the DNA had the attraction for candidates, we have 227 candidates vying for these 39 seats, and the majority of them are independents, and they form this coalition and independents. And what would have happened if they had coalesced and joined the DNA? What a formidable force that would have been.
I think that they'd even talked about it. We have some results coming from Fort Charlotte. I don't know if we've caught up yet on the board, but this is from Parliamentary Registration Department in Fort Charlotte. The FNM's candidate, Dromico Archer, in polling division number 3, I think this looks like. Fort Charlotte polling division number 3. Dromico Archer of the FNM, 54. Fontella Chipman, independent, 8. Angela Michael Cox of an independent, 1. Percival Everett Roberts, independent, 2. Alfred Sears, 111. Again, this is in Fort Charlotte. Looks to be polling division number 3, coming from the Parliamentary Registration Department. Let's talk about the big numbers. Dromico Archer with 54. Alfred Sears with 111. That's polling division number 3. I think we have a refreshed screen here. Let's take this is to Bain and Grantstown, Christina.
Yes, we also have results coming in from Baines and Grantstown polling division number 2. 10% of results are reporting right now. Out of 10 polling divisions, 4,830 registered voters. Travis Robinson, he is the incumbent here. He has 20 votes in polling division number 2. Wade Watson of the PLP, 114 votes. Keno Lockhart of the DNA, 4 votes. We also have Donna Dorset Major. She has 3 votes. Brenda Teresa Harris Pinder, 1 vote. Michelle Malcolm, 3 votes. And those are from Baines and Grantstown polling division number 2.
Let's try Mount Moriah. We have a result coming in from there. Let's see if that's up on the board. We'll start to give you those. This is polling division number 3 in Mount Moriah. Polling division number 3. All right. Of the PLP, Mikkel Bonamy has 100. Marvin Dames has 102. Carneil Farquharson, 16. Jacqueline McKenzie, 18. Stephen Surratt, 1. All right. Samuel Strawn, 0. So again, this is Mount Moriah, polling division number 3. Mikkel Bonamy of the PLP, 100. Marvin Dames, 102. Carneil Farquharson, 16. And Jacqueline McKenzie, 18. Stephen Surratt, 1, and Samuel Strawn, 0. Polling division number 3, Mount Moriah. Again, one of those swing constituencies. It goes most times the way of the government, but again, a tight race in that constituency. Christina, I'm going to allow you to keep scrolling through. I see you have St. Anne's up. We have a result from St. Anne's. This is polling division number 15 coming out of St. Anne's. St. Anne's are traditionally F&M constituency. It's a bastion of support in the F&M. Here are the numbers. Otis Forbes of the FTMM2, Louisa Jorin of the DNA 3, Shanice Miller of the Coalition of Independents 5, Chris Saunders of the PLP 19, Adrian White of the FNM 116. Okay, we take those big numbers. This is polling division 15 from St. Anne's, Christopher Saunders 19, Adrian White 116. Any big surprises there?
I'll tell you what concerns me. Mount Moriah being close as it is with an incumbent and a cabinet minister, and also Marathon being close with an incumbent and a cabinet minister. And then we go to Bain and Grantstown with Travis Robinson with 20 votes in one polling division versus 100. He has a problem.
Quincy Parker. Last election, a lot of PLP strongholds went to the FNM. I think it's almost a given that they're going to go back to the PLP in some ways. You think?
A given?
All right, I may have gotten ahead of myself. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I don't know that it's a given.
It is a prediction.
Yes.
Sorry, better word.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess it's a fair prediction. I know that one of my fellow panelists believes so. I won't call a name or point a finger. But yeah, that is the assumption. I think that Shannon Don Cartwright, however, is proof that you could hold what you win if you fight your fight properly. And I think that even though the wave that would have swept the Progressive Liberal Party out of places like Fox Hill and other places could that reckoning could be delayed if the candidates did well.
Well, Shandon Cartwright has the ability to prove that old political adage that all politics is local, because he has a reputation of being a very good MP.
Yeah, and I think that's my 5 cents to the question that Jerome asked.
So we're gonna give you something from Central Grand Bahama. This is polling division number 14. Okay, Rawlington Cooper of the KGM 1, Latanya Ferguson Strawn of the Coalition 33, Troy Garvey of the UC 4, Iram Lewis of the FNM 146, Kirkland Russell of the PLP 141. Again, just giving you the big numbers. Iram Lewis 146, the incumbent. Kirkland Russell of the PLP 141. To your point, very tight numbers for an incumbent.
Yep. I think that's very encouraging for the opposition, and certainly if it stays this way, the trends will favor the opposition party.
The assumption is always that the votes get split off the governing side or the winning side, right? So the Coalition of Independent person got 33 votes in that polling division. The assumption is that those votes would have gone to the government. I might challenge that assumption, but if not, it's possible.
Let's take an East Grand Bahama polling
Sure.
division number 5. All right, polling division number 5, East Grand Bahama. We've got Albertha Cooper of the Coalition, 0 votes. Charles Jones of the BCP, 0. Kevin King of the KGM, 0. James Roll Turn of the PLP, 2. And James K.M. Thompson of the FNM, 7. Okay, again, the top 2 numbers, PLP, James Roll Turner gets 2. James Thompson of the FNM, 7.
And Jerome, we also have polling division 6 coming in from East Grand Bahama also. So since we're already on this slide, just keep up with us. We've got the paper tally and the digital magic board will catch up with us. So Kwesi Thompson, the incumbent, he has 40 votes with the FNM. James Turner of the PLP, 81 votes. Kevin King of the KGM, 2 votes. Charlene Jones of the BCP, 0 votes. And Albertha Cooper of the COI, 6 votes.
All right. Again, Grand Bahama is going to be, I think, a real dogfight. Because Grand Bahama traditionally, for many years, was FNM. That we saw change a few elections ago. It changed back. The FNM always calls it FNM country, but the PLP always manages to snatch some seats. Your assessment of Grand Bahama.
We're going to have to watch these polling divisions as the numbers come in and make assessments after all of the votes are in. When elections are running this closely, you've got to wait till the last vote is counted.
That is true if you are a former parliamentarian and a person of substance and gravitas. However, if you're what is it, Jerome? Noted? If you're a noted,
if you are noted,
if
yes.
you're a noted talk show host,
yes,
you get to say things that are a little less sensible than that.
All right, gents, we're gonna throw some numbers before we actually take a quick break here. So we've got East Grand Bahama. This is polling division number 3A. East Grand Bahama. Albertha Cooper of the Coalition, 11. Charlene Jones of the BCP, 1. Kevin King of the KGM, 5. James Roll Turn of the PLP, 54. And James Thompson of the FNM, 59. Again, if you look at those numbers, FNM 59, that's Thompson. James Roll Turn of the PLP, 54. Kevin King of the KGM, 5. Charlene Jones of the BCP, 1. And Albertha Inez Cooper of the Coalition, 11. So if you see there, just a few votes separating the PLP and the FNM, but you see where those numbers went. You see where those additional votes went. And to your point, as the incumbent party, we don't have an incumbent in East Grand Bahama, but you should be in a little bit more comfortable place at this point if it's a clear, decisive victory.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
I think one of the things that we have to mention when we're talking about Grand Bahama or Abaco is Dorian. You know, if you don't account for Dorian when you're looking at these two islands in particular, then you're really going to miss a large part of the picture. And so while the incumbent may be, you know, the person that is in the incumbent seat, they're also the person that was there when Dorian hit. And are people satisfied with what happened? Do they feel like more needed to be done? So I think in talking about those two islands, we have to include that in the story.
So this is a little bit unique because East Grand Bahama has two new faces. I mean, had Peter Turnquest offered himself, he would have been the incumbent, but he's not. But to your point, I'm going to use the Bahamian colloquialism, the incumbent party taking the beating is you. You are in charge. So to your point too, we go to the word reckoning. Right. We could see a reckoning in Grand Bahama or Abaco possibly. Again, we have another polling division in East Grand Bahama, polling division number 1, since we're in East Grand Bahama. Albertha Cooper of the Coalition, 4. Charlene Jones of the BCP, 1. Kevin King of the KGM, 1. James Roll Turn of the PLP, 29. And James Thompson of the FNM, 34. So you see a little widening just in that polling division. Again, polling division number 1. The FNM candidate there, 34, James Thompson. James Roll Turner, 29 of the PLP. Kevin King, 1. BCP candidate Charlene Jones, 1. And Albertha Cooper, 4 of the Coalition. Gentlemen, any response before we go to the break?
No real surprise there at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. More. I would be curious to know the locations of these polling divisions. Some of them, for example, I go back to Bain and Grantstown. The incumbent getting 20 votes in a polling division in Bain and Grantstown. I would like to know where that is, because that alone could speak to what the future with the rest of the night is going to be like.
Yeah.
It's just not supposed to happen.
Another point would be that it seems that the coalition of Independence is now becoming the third political party in the country, overtaking the DNA, if these trends continue this evening.
Yeah, I think that it's very clear that the whatever magic the DNA had has certainly appears, let me rephrase, since you guys want to be sensible, appears to have dissipated. And I believe that is, well, I think we all know why.
Well, I thought it's still early.
Gentlemen,
don't count the DNA
we're going to stick a plug there for a minute. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. RTV's coverage continues right after this. All right.
We do it better. We do it better. Put me in your pocket, take me away, yeah, I'm ready for you. Wrap me up in paper, deliver me like a letter signed. Ooh. Yeah, you're decorated, I see you pretty, baby, got that juice. Yeah. Yeah, I wanna get it and I wanna give it. Yeah, we do it better than the competition. We do it. We do it better. We do it better.
Transparency, honesty.
And accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted. You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
It's in our name, fried chicken. It's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra in extra crispy. And our spicy secrets in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. The new Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple breaded filet, premium mayo, and pickles all on a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Simplify your life with Ship. Office technology, available in 2 locations, Harbour Bay and Madeira Street, Nassau. We provide a variety of affordable electronics, including laptops, tablets, and much more. Our shipping department provides flexible and next-day shipping, with affordable rates as low as $1.49 per pound. Both locations have a wide range of services such as shipping, technology, and locksmithing. Our office rentals start as low as $450 a month. Visit our stores today and let us help you simplify your life.
For 38 years, Struckham Commercial Pest Services has provided trained certified technicians while using environmentally safe, industry-standard products. Pests can devastate your business. Together, we will ensure adequate sanitation standards and safe pest exclusion methods. Uncontrolled pest problems lead to significant financial loss due to food contamination, business disruption, and stock waste. Struckham provides detailed solutions protecting your business and reputation. Struckham, #1 in pest control services.
to taking the trash out. Cheers to taking the dog out. Cheers to not giving up. Cheers to taking the trash out. Cheers to taking the dog out. Cheers to not giving up.
Imagine new Rev TV packages with channels bundled based on your entertainment interests. Now you control your TV viewing experience. Kids, lifestyle, news and science, sports, or rhythms, whatever your interest. Rev TV now has a programming bundle for you. Pick your package today and start watching TV your way. September 1st. Call our Rev Imagine team at 603-6520 to learn more.
Here's tonight's Bahamian clue. Watch for new clues Monday through Friday and send in your answers by 11 a.m. Saturday morning. Good luck.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Transparency, honesty.
And accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted. You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
Well, this is our vote on RTV. I'm Jerome Sawyer, along with Christina Dragovich and a host of analysts and media folks here. We have results coming in. It's pretty hot. They're starting to roll in. We're going to check in with Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. This is, of course, the constituency of the leader of the opposition, Philip Brave Davis. Christina, I have here polling division number 8. Angelino Cooper of the COI, 0 votes. Philip Davis, 42. Felicia Knowles, 15.
And then we also have results coming in from polling division number 5. Our board reflects 9% of the reported results so far, 11 polling divisions, 1,679 registered voters. So in polling division number 5, Philip Davis has 58 votes. Angelino Cooper of COI has 3 votes. Felicia Knowles of the FNM has 39 votes. And we can take a look at how that shapes up with how the results polled in 2017. In 2017, you can see it was overwhelmingly yellow, with Philip Davis capturing 60% of the vote.
All right, we can now give you some results out of Nassau Village. See whether our board has refreshed there. Okay. Nassau Village, this is polling division number 9B. Zerlene Ferguson of the DNA, 4. Jason Gibson of the Coalition, 21. Nicole Martin of the FNM, 34. Halston Moutry, an independent, has 3. Jamal Strawn of the PLP, 85. Mario Woodside, an independent, 4. Taking the big numbers out of that, Jamal Strawn of the PLP, 85. Nicole Martin of the FNM, 35. The incumbent, who is an independent, Halston Moultrie, coming in literally at the bottom of the bunch with 3. I think...
Let's look at 2017.
Right.
So Moultrie would be the incumbent in this race. He was running for the FNM in 2017, but now he's on his own as an independent. When he was running as an FNM, he captured 56% of the votes in this constituency, compared to 35% from the PLP and 8% that the DNA secured.
All right. See, we have a result coming out of Angliston, the Angliston constituency, polling division number 3B. Okay, this is traditionally a PLP stronghold. Shivargo Black of the DNA, 1. Glennis Hannah Martin of the PLP, 98. Kirsten Hepburn of the GCP, 0. Faith Percenti of the COI Coalition, 7. Quinton Percenti of the FNM 21, and Matthew Smith of the BCP 1. Again, looking at the big numbers, Glenys Hannah Martin 98, Quinton Percenti of the FNM 21. This is polling division 3B in Angliston. Do we have, see if our board is refreshed to anything in Marathon? While you do that, I'm going to read through these numbers. Marathon, this is polling division number 7. Santigua Clare of the COI 60, Ramal Ferrer, sorry, 6. Ramal Ferrer of the FNM 60. Zacchaeus Glass of the DNA 2. Raquel Horton, an independent 0. Brian McCarty of the BCP 0. Lisa Ramming of the PLP 78. Stella Thompson of the GCP 2. I guess this is reflecting on the board there. Polling division number 7. Let's take a look at 2017 to see how things shaped up there. You see, Ferrer would have had a comfortable win in 2017, but let's look at where we are again. This is just one polling division number 7 that's reporting thus far. That's in Marathon. I think we have some more results coming out of St. Anne's. Polling division number 12, Otis Forbes of the FTMM gets 4. Louisa Joran of the DNA 9. Shanice Miller of the Coalition 22. Chris Saunders of the PLP 144. Adrian White of the FNM 265. You see there Adrian of the FNM continuing to hold that lead in another polling division in St. Anne's. That's polling division number 12. So Fox Hill, this is going to be a very interesting race. Polling division number 9B. Ricardo Wellington Forbes of the DNA 5. Fred Mitchell of the PLP 96. John Pinder of the FNM 41. Yvette Prince of the Coalition 13. Karen St. Cree of the UC 3. And Michelle Wildgoose of the GCP 0. Again, this is polling division number 98 in Fox Hill. Two big numbers coming out of there. Fred Mitchell with 96. John Pinder with 41. Mitchell would have represented Fox Hill previously on 2 occasions, I think it is, if memory serves me, and has returned to that constituency. Again, more results from St. Anne's.
Well, before you go to St. Anne's, we have another polling division from Fox Hill. Polling division 7B. Ricardo Wellington Forbes of the DNA, 6 votes. Fred Mitchell of the PLP, 98 votes. John Pinder of the FNM, 47 votes. Yvette Prince of the COI, 11 votes. Karen St. Cree, 0 votes. Michelle Wildgoose of the GCP, 1 vote. And again, we're still waiting on the Magic Board to catch up with us, but thank goodness for paper results.
We're still getting them coming in. All right. So I want to read something very interesting. We would have gone through that one already. So let's start to look at Long Island again and how Long Island is shaping up. Polling division number 8. Shaquille Adley, he's an independent. Shaquille Adley, pardon me, 1 vote. Sidney Carroll of the UC, 3 votes. Adrian Gibson of the FNM, 78. Terrell Young of the PLP, 98. Okay, so this is polling division number 8 in Long Island. Looking at polling division number 5 in Long Island. Shaquille Adley, an independent, 0. Sidney Carroll, 2 of the UC. Adrian Gibson of the FNM, 85. Terrell Young of the PLP, 55. This is polling division number 5. So you see what's taking shape there in Long Island as those numbers begin to come in. We have some numbers coming out of Nassau Village as well. Zerlene Ferguson of the DNA has 3 votes. Jason Gibson of the Coalition, 16. Nicole Martin of the FNM, 38. Halston Moutry, an independent, the incumbent, 2 votes. And Jamal Strawn of the PLP, 104. Mario Woodside, an independent, 0. Going to the high numbers again, Jamal Strawn of the PLP, 104 versus Nicole Martin of the FNM with 38. The only closest person to them will be from the Coalition. That's Jason Gibson of COI. If we can hit a pause just for a second there. First of all, let's go to 2017. I just want to see what those numbers. Okay, we established that. One of you mentioned that the Coalition seems to be overtaking, and it's the DNA in terms of being that third force. And you're seeing that starting to shape up Again, that was 2017, where there was a decisive victory by the FNM in that race. We have more polling divisions out of Long Island. Shaquille Adderley, an independent, 0. Sidney Carroll, UC, 0. Adrian Gibson of the FNM, 109, and Terrell Young of the PLP, 40. So we see that's starting to shape up. Yeah, that was polling, actually, that was polling division number 6.
Okay, 6.
That was polling division number 6. Do we have something out here that we wanted to?
I believe we already went over polling division 8.
Yeah, I think we would have gotten that already.
We've also have polling division 2.
So let's look at it in its totality for a minute. Can we look at where we are? That's 20.
No, this is how things are shaping up so far. With
Okay.
89% of the vote reported so far, 9 polling divisions, 1,836 registered voters in this constituency. Based on those figures so far, we're projecting a 63% voter turnout on Long Island. And right now, Adrian Gibson seems to be pulling ahead. Remember, we only have 89% of the votes reporting so far. But Adrian Gibson has 699 of the votes on Long Island so far. Tyrell Young of the PLP, 435 votes so far. And Sidney Carroll has 13 votes so far for the night.
All right, so let's see if we can pull Fox Hill again. I've got some new results coming from Fox Hill. This is polling division 7B. Polling division 7B. DNA's candidate Ricardo Forbes, 6. Fred Mitchell of the PLP, 98. John Pinder of the FNM, 47. Yvette Prince of the Coalition, 11. Karen St. Cree of the UC, 0. And Michelle Wildgoose of the GCP, 1 vote. That's polling division 7B. There was another one that we'd called earlier, correct? So let's look at it again. Look at the whole constituency with the 2 that are up so far. We see Fred Mitchell leading in these, so far, with just these 2 constituencies in, but 17%
17%
reporting
reporting so far.
All right. Christina, do you have anything new on your, I've got some Freetown numbers here.
We can go to Freetown.
Let's see what's on Freetown. All right. Here are the results of polling division number 9 in Freetown. Dionisio Diaglo of the FNM, 46. Shamika Dean of the GCP, 0. Patrice Hannah Carey of the Coalition, 17. Charmaine Lindsay of the UC, 1. And Wayne Monroe of the PLP, 154. So it seems polling division number 9 has gone to Wayne Monroe of the FNM, 71% of, pardon me, of the PLP. Thank you for that correction. But only 8%, but that's 1 constituency. So we see what's already starting to happen in Freetown. Gentlemen, any surprise, very early, any surprises in Freetown? Again, I see it as one of those constituencies, I think, where the incumbent is going to have a real fight on his hands.
Jerome, these are cabinet ministers.
Yes.
When you start to see cabinet ministers struggling and losing 2-1 in polling divisions, that is cause for concern.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm seeing it in Marathon, I'm seeing it in Montmoriah, I'm seeing it in Fox Hill. This is still early, but there's something going on here.
Yeah.
There's something definitely going on.
If this trend continues.
Our learned journalist, a noted journalist, indicated that we vote for candidates, we vote for individuals. I think we ought to vote for individuals, but the reality is, in this country, we vote for leaders. We vote for leadership. Mm-hmm. And the trend now is, if this continues along this pattern, there will be a definite rejection of the incumbent leadership. And I am concerned for the cabinet ministers right now. Still early, but I am very concerned.
We may have another surprise on our hand in a moment. We've got West End and West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini. We have polling division number 2. Polling division number 2, this is a race that's shaping up between the incumbent Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe and the big challenger out of the PLP, O.B. Wilshcombe, who has made a comeback to challenge her for that seat. Randall Cooper of the KGM, 0. Stefan Hall of the Coalition, 0. Mario Mott of the DNA, 0. Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe of the FNM, 37. Wesley Pete of the BWFM, 0. Hiram Roll of the UC, 0. O'Brien Roll of the RGM, 0. DeQuan Swain, an independent, 7, and Obie Wilchcomb of the PLP, 102. So again, this is polling division number 2 in West, Grand Bahama, and Bimini. The incumbent, Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe, 37. Obie Wilchcomb, 102. Those are the big numbers coming out of there.
We've got 21% of votes reporting so far, 14 polling divisions in West Grand Bahama and Bimini, 5,700 registered voters. We have results coming in also from polling division number 13. We have Randall Cooper of the KGM, 0 votes. Stefan Hall of COI, 31 votes. Mario Mott of the DNA, 4 votes. Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe of the FNM, 79 votes. Wesley Pete of the BWFM, 0. Hiram Roll of UC, 0. O'Brien Roll of RGM, 3 votes. DeQuan Swain, 6 votes. And Obie Wilchcomb of the PLP, 97 votes. That's just in polling division 13.
So let's look at the other polling divisions in West Grand Bahama to see how they're all shaping up. So, all right, that's number 13. What's the other one?
Yeah.
Number 7, and there was a third one?
Yes.
Okay,
2.
so let's look at it in its totality. So we give a full view of...
We don't have any colors yet.
So we just... Where we're coming. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is how...
there we go. There we go.
This is the overall, right now as it stands in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Christina, I want to see if you can pull up Centerville for me. We have some results coming from Centerville, polling division number 2A. Jomo Campbell of the PLP, 124 votes. Reese Dean Chipman, the incumbent and independent, 5 votes. Courtney Qualloway of the FNM, 35. Pardon me? Kolibali? Kolibali. Thank you for correcting me. Kolibali. 35 votes. Ambrose Nixon of the Coalition, 9 votes. Ari Persenti of the GCP, 11 votes. And Frederick Soy of the DNA, 98. So if we look at the big numbers there, Jomo Campbell of the PLP, 125. Courtney Kolilabi of the FNM, 35. But the incumbent, Reese Dean Chipman, 5.
Yep.
And that's just in polling division 2A. So if we look at where we are, this is polling division.
Let's just look at the overall.
Yeah, let's look at the overall. This is correct?
It's clearly not.
Yeah, we'll
Let's
come
look at
back to that.
2017.
That was 20. Let's look at the 2017
Yes.
number. So there we are. That's what 2017 looked like. But again, if we just took that constituency if we took that polling division in Centerville, always been a PLP constituency, lost by the former Prime Minister in an upset last election. But if you look at the numbers, the PLP candidate in that polling division alone, 124 to 35 for the FNM. So there is a story that is unfolding in that constituency. I think we've got, sorry.
Another story that's unfolding before our eyes, however, Jerome, is that we see in Nassau Village and now in Centerville that persons who've left their political parties and ran as independents don't seem to be having any traction. We'll watch the trend as the night goes on, but it speaks to the two-party system in the Bahamas.
It also, I think it also speaks to the wave from the last election. That wave left some beached whales when it receded. People like Mr. Moultrie, Mr. Chipman, and some others who won a seat that traditionally is a progressive Liberal Party seat without the same support that they enjoyed in the last election are finding the going tough. And I think that's only natural. This is part of our, I think the word for the night is reckoning.
We're going to take a result from the Elizabeth constituency if we can. This is polling division 11B that we have from Elizabeth. I don't know if it's come into our board yet. So here's what we're looking like in Elizabeth. where the FNM there is the incumbent, Dr. Dwayne Sands. So Craig Anthony Bowen, independent, gets 7 votes. Jo Beth Colby Davis of the PLP gets 62. Hilary DeVoe of the DNA gets 1. Cara Ellis of the Coalition gets 10. And Dwayne Sands of the FNM gets 59. Again, the 2 big numbers to look at here: Jo Beth Colby Davis of the PLP, 62. Dwayne Sands, the FNM incumbent, 59. That's in Elizabeth. That's polling division. That's the polling division number, I think it's 11 there, that we just called. We're going to take a break in just a few moments at the bottom of the hour, and then reset to start at the top of the hour. But we do have some more results from Cat Island, Ramkey, and San Salvador. Polling division number 4, Angelino Cooper of the Coalition has 1. Philip Brave Davis, 84. Felicia Knowles of the FNM, 16. Also in that in that constituency, polling division number 9, Angelino Cooper, 0 from the Coalition. PLP incumbent party leader Philip Davis, 23, and Felicia Knowles, 21. Folks, we are 2 hours into the polls closing. We still have the results coming in. Lots more ahead of us tonight. Stay with us. We're going to take a break and be back right after this.
Imagine. All Rev TV customers now have equal access to premium content. You no longer have to subscribe to Rev TV Pro to enjoy add-ons like HBO and Star Premium. Simply subscribe to Prime, then choose your add-ons. And now there are even more bundles to choose from. Sign up today and start watching TV your way, September 1st. To learn more, call our Rev Imagine team at 603-6520.
You've always taken care of them, even when you've neglected to take care of yourself. You are a giver, a peacemaker, a protector, and a provider. They depend on you. They trust you. It's a selfless job, and there's no medal for it, although it can be very rewarding. So as you provide for them, let us provide for you. J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hard hats, steel-toe boots, and climbing belts. They don't prowl the streets at night looking for the bad boys. They're the good guys, saving us during our darkest hours, putting their lives on the line every day to make ours brighter. They're the ones you call because you know they'll be there every time. It's not easy being a hero. Sometimes they're painted as the villain. But if there's one thing all heroes have in common, is that they don't give up. They're always fair and focused on helping those in need. Because for those heroes, it's more than a job, it's a duty. Some people try to be heroes, others just are. At Grand Bahama Power Company, we are proud to know a few heroes, always there for you.
Struckham Commercial Pest Services has provided trained certified technicians while using environmentally safe industry standard products. Pests can devastate your business. Together, we will ensure adequate sanitation standards and safe pest exclusion methods. Uncontrolled pest problems lead to significant financial loss due to food contamination, business disruption, and stock waste. Struckham provides detailed solutions protecting your business and reputation. Struckham, #1 in pest control services.
Simplify your life with SHIP. Office Technology, available in 2 locations, Harbour Bay and Madeira Street, Nassau. We provide a variety of affordable electronics, including laptops, tablets, and much more. Our shipping department provides flexible and next-day shipping, with affordable rates as low as $1.49 per pound. Both locations have a wide range of services such as shipping, technology, and locksmithing. Our office rentals start as low as $450 a month. Visit our stores today and let us help you simplify your life.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast, with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hard hats, steel-toe boots, and climbing belts. They don't prowl the streets at night looking for the bad boys. They're the good guys, saving us during our darkest hours, putting their lives on the line every day to make ours brighter. They're the ones you call because you know they'll be there every time. It's not easy being a hero. Sometimes they're painted as the villain. But if there's one thing all heroes have in common, is that they don't give up. They're always fair and focused on helping those in need. Because for those heroes, it's more than a job, it's a duty. Some people try to be heroes, others just are. At Grand Bahama Power Company, we are proud to know a few heroes, always there for you.
Well, 2 hours have passed since the polls have closed. You're watching live continuous coverage of the 2021 election results. Candidates in 39 constituencies are beginning to learn how they polled in today's election, and this election is heating up very quickly. We have a lot being said behind the scenes, but we want to stick with the official information. As we went into this election, we had a lot of polling going on. Voice of the Bahamas was talking to folks for months, weeks, even days prior to, and then we had some exit polls today where we spoke to some folks about things that were important to them. Christina, let's take a look at some of the results from the polling.
So before we dive into this, we just want you to know that this poll was conducted today, September 16th. We had 539 respondents, a 95% confidence level, and a margin of error of 5%. So we will look into when did you decide which candidate you would vote for? That was one of the questions that we asked so that we could get inside voters' minds to see what was motivating them and when they actually made that decision. The majority of people, 65%, decided before the election was called who they wanted to vote for.
It's a little more than a month ago.
But it was, yeah, a little
Well,
more.
it depends.
Well,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
could be
yeah.
any amount of time,
You're right,
really.
yeah. So more than a month ago. Yeah.
But what is also interesting is the number of people who decided on the spot. On the spot means basically in the ballot booth, right?
Pretty much.
15% of people made that decision on the spot.
But you look to what the combined last week and this week, that's a close time for people to make up their minds. But this, I think that before the election is a significant amount as well.
Yes.
Okay. So what else do we have here for the folks?
So we also took a look. We asked people which one issue most influenced how you voted. Remember, there's still 15% of people who decided on the spot. So this should be interesting. 19% of people said the economy. And that should be expected considering we are in a pandemic and the economy has been, doing its thing. 18% of people were influenced by the issue of corruption. And then 17%, the handling of Hurricane Dorian. Like our analyst mentioned, Hurricane Dorian, a major factor, especially for the people on Grand Bahama and Abaco. Also, the handling of COVID-19. That's 16% of respondents said that was the one issue that influenced most how they decided their vote. And then there were 12% who said unemployment.
All right, we'll come back to that, but let's see this last slide. What single factor most influenced your vote?
Right, this is a similar question, but yes, 32% said they were a loyal supporter of their party. So that was, you know, the deciding factor of whether they would vote here or there. 26% were not happy with the current government. And then there were 13% really disappointed in my current MP. 6% said really like the leader of the party I voted for, so that's where personality and leadership skills may come into play. And then there's 5%. I voted against the other party.
So those are pretty small numbers, but a couple things. I'm going to throw this to the desk and then we're going to get some responses. The economy, corruption, handling of Dorian, handling of COVID, big issues on the minds of voters. Any surprises there, gentlemen, from any of you on any of those key issues? The economy, corruption was a little bit surprising for me, given that the FNM would have come in on a ticket of anti-corruption and transparency. But you see where that 18% factored in. That's very interesting to me.
Yeah, no surprise there. When you look at those 5 parameters, you find them very interesting. The economy, corruption, handling of Dorian, handling of COVID, and unemployment. That speaks to the hardcore kitchen table issues. And this election is a referendum on the leadership of the governing party as to how they handle this. And a rejection in the polls tells us that the people believe that that Dorian was mishandled, that the COVID-19 was mishandled, and calling a snap election was mishandled.
I think it's fascinating that COVID-19 is down at 16%. I would have expected that would have been higher given the...
And interestingly, a couple weeks ago, Christine, I'm sure you can confirm this, when we first started doing this, the handling of COVID was high up. But it seemed as we got closer to the election, it seemed as if some other things took that over and people seemed to be more focused on some other things.
I also think, so sorry, go ahead, Nyambi.
So I think that's one of the interesting things about exit polls. When you look at the 32% of people in the exit poll that said that they voted according to their loyalty for the party, I think that's an interesting number. Because when you're talking about, okay, who are the people that are going to be eager to talk to a pollster after they've come out of the polls, right? So it would probably be people that are party supporters.
I'm a staunch.
Right? Yeah. So we want to note, you know, who it is that we're talking about when we say the exit polls. Okay. Because for COVID to be the number one issue, the government's handling of COVID to be number one, to now be on par with corruption, which was number 12, it says, well, who is it that we're actually talking to when we see these numbers?
Interesting to see, too, I guess, at some point, how the narrative changed in these last few weeks. As we get set, Christina, we're going to go to the board in just a minute. We have some results coming in. Let's see if we can pull up those results in a minute. But, Kenyatta, how much did the narrative change in the past few weeks? The FNM called this election seemingly very confident that they were going to be able to regain control of the government. But it's almost as if the narrative changed over the past few weeks. I may be reading the tea leaves wrong, but I don't know. From where you sit, did you see, or was that narrative always there?
I think that elections create moments where narratives change from time to time. I think it's a natural, organic flow of an election. I think different things happen, different news issues arise, and as they arise, you have to change your step and change your strategy, change your tactics to deal with these things. I think it's just the ordinary course of political life.
There seem to be some real punches to the FNM as well with some of the allegations that came up in the last few weeks. I referred to the water and sewage situation, the water and sewage chairman Adrian Gibson, and there were others, other accusations of contracts and things of that nature that would have come up that could have possibly influenced how people, voted or how they were seeing what was going on.
I would also add that COVID-19 handling or mishandling, as the opposition would say, was a part of the narrative that's changed. I think the government demonstrated in its mode of campaign strategy that it would focus its attention on mass rallies, although they were supposed to be social distancing. It seems as though that the concern for COVID-19 was somewhat minimized during the last month. The PLP took the approach that they would focus their campaign virtually. No mass rallies. Of course, there were motorcades from time to time. But the entire campaign was focused on virtual presentations. And I think that really made a difference.
People may have seen that as an affront.
Yeah.
Because we had been put under so many restrictions for so long, and suddenly all of these rallies, and drive-up rallies, which you could see from the photos of people out of the cars, and some of the responses I got, well, how come this is okay all of a sudden? We have some results we want to share with you. Nassau Village, Christina, let's take us through what we know so far from here.
So from here we have 43% of the vote reporting so far out of our 14 polling divisions in Nassau Village. In polling division number 7, we have Zerlene Ferguson of the DNA with 3 votes, Jason Gibson of COI, 30 votes, Nicole Martin of the FNM, 45 votes, DeWitt Moultrie, Halson Moultrie, independent with 3 votes, Jamal Strawn of the PLP, 143 votes, and Mario Woodside, 0 votes.
Okay, do we have more? Let's take a full view of Nassau Village at this point of all we can see. That's 20, yeah.
Here we go.
So this is what we're looking like in Nassau Village. Overall, you see Jamal Strawn pulling ahead, 57% with 43% of the vote in. 802 to 381 from Nicole Martin, a trade unionist. The incumbent, only 3% at 36 votes. Nassau Village certainly pulling ahead, not looking good certainly not for the incumbent. He seems to be sort of out of the race. If we could, we've got some results from South Beach. They say the South is the way of the government. So let's see what's happening in South Beach. We've got a polling division 11B coming in for South Beach. This is 11B. Here we go. All right. So Anastasia Bethel, the UC has 3. Devon Emmanuel of the Coalition 22. Jermaine Higgs of the DNA 3. Jeff Lloyd of the FNM 60. Bacchus Roll of the PLP 94. Micklin Seymour of the RGM 1. And Simon Smith of the GCP 0. All right. We have another polling division. You want to give that, Christina?
That's polling division number 9 coming in. This is 14% of votes reporting so far, 12 polling divisions. Anastasia Bethel of UC, 2 votes. Devon Emmanuel of COI, 9 votes. Jermaine Higgs of the DNA, 10 votes. Jeff Lloyd of the FNM, 56 votes. Bacchus Roll of the PLP, 84 votes. Micklin Seymour of RGM, 0 votes. Simon Smith of GCP, 0 votes.
All right, do we have polling division 12? Can you pull that up?
I don't believe it's
okay,
loaded
so it's
up
not
in
on the
here
map
yet.
yet, but we can read you polling division 12. Anastasia Bethel of the UC 1, Devon Emmanuel of the Coalition 15, Jermaine Higgs of the DNA 7, Jeff Lloyd of the FNM 74, Bacchus Roll of the PLP 114, Micklin Seymour of the RGM 1, and Simon Smith of the GCP 0. So again, if we're looking at polling division number 12, it's not up on the board yet.
Right, it's around here somewhere.
It's around there. But you see Bacchus Roll of the PLP 114, Jeff Lloyd of the FNM 74. That is a constituency in the South. Went to the FNM last time. Very interesting to see what will happen in that constituency.
What
if we can.
of voter reporting is that?
We've got 14%.
We've got a little more than 14
out
the
of
last,
2, right?
Yeah, out of 2. But if you add the polling division that I would have just read, you would see that's going to go up significantly. I don't think we're near 50%, but we're getting there very quickly.
So the trend is
You can see a trend happening. Let's see if we can pull up MyCal. Let's jump in the Family Islands for a moment and see what's happening. We have polling division number 5 in MyCal. Which one is that?
5 is. Should be over
Let's
here.
see here. Is it down here? None of these? All right. Well, let's read what we have.
Yeah, let's
all right.
look
So
at
let's look at the whole constituency. All right. So we can see here what's happening in MyCal. We have a few polling divisions that are in. You see here the incumbent Miriam Emanuel getting a total thus far of 175. Basil McIntosh of the PLP has 65% of the vote with 340, and Andrew Bowe of the coalition has 7 votes, just at 1%. But you see that's 67% of the constituency reporting. Inagua still out. If my geography is right, I think
Correct,
that's
yes.
Little Inagua.
Yes.
My geography teacher saying you should have paid attention. All right. So as you can see here, we're pretty much past the 50% percentile in MyCal, but there's still some ways to go. Inagua is going to be very interesting to see what happens there and how much of the vote goes to either candidate there. But Miriam Emanuel, the incumbent, again to your point, as the incumbent, you should be a little bit more comfortable at this point in the race, eh?
The majority of persons in MyCal are related to the present member of parliament. I mean, this is interesting to see a change so quickly over the last 4 years. I'm very much interested to see what's happening in South Beach.
We're going to come close to South Beach now. We're going to take you to Southern Shores.
Okay.
We'll see if we can get to Southern Shores. We have a polling division. Polling division number, is that number 10?
Let's see.
It's number 9. Well, let's go with 9. Frankie Campbell, the incumbent for the FNM, has 34. Leroy Major of the Progressive Liberal Party has 73 votes. And Ron Rogers has 8 votes. We can see the percentages of the other individuals, but you see what's already happening in polling division number 9. I'll read you polling division number 10. Hasn't hit the board yet. So Frankie Campbell of the FNM has 47 votes. The KGM candidate has 1 vote. Livingston Lines of an independent has 2 votes. Leroy Major of the PLP 79. Whitney Marsh of the RGM 0. And Ron Rogers has 23. Again, the big numbers to look at. Frankie Campbell, the incumbent, 47 in polling division number 10. And Leroy Major has 79. That hasn't hit our board yet. But again, that's one of those constituencies in the South. I see you shaking your head, Dr. Kendall Major.
Yeah, it doesn't look good at all. This is turning out to be a rejection of the government, and it's still early, but the trend is clear. The wave is coming. It is strong. It is high. It is real. There's cause for concern.
All right. So we also have another polling division.
Polling division number 12 in Southern Shores. Frankie Campbell of the FNM, 63 votes. Where am I? Leroy Major of the PLP, 156 votes. Ron Rogers of COI with 27 votes. KGM, 4 votes. Livingston Lines, 10 votes. And Whitney Marsh of RGM, 0 votes. Did I miss one? No, I think that's it.
I think we got it. We're going to go to Grand Bahama in just a moment to our Kyle Walking. We have a development there. We want to stand by for that, and we're just going to cue my team to see when we're ready to go to Grand Bahama for that. We would have looked at extensively what would have happened there. Let's go into Baines and Grantstown, see if we've updated some numbers there. I have some raw data coming in from Baines And Grantstown, do you have polling division number 1? That's 2. Okay,
Oh, we
so
do.
here's polling division number 1. So we've got Donna Major of the Coalition 13, Brenda Pinder of the UC 12, Keno Lockhart of the DNA 5, Michelle Malcolm of the GCP 5, Travis Robinson of the FNM 53, and Wade Watson of the PLP 190. This is polling division number 1, so that gives you a breakdown. Let's light up the other polling divisions that we do have, and it gives you an idea of where we are overall. 40% reporting. Travis Robinson, the incumbent, 22%. He has 189 votes. Wade Watson, the challenger from the PLP, he has 565 votes at 67%. Keno Lockhart in third with just 2%. He has 13 votes. This is a traditional PLP stronghold, but you see how this may be shaping up at 40%. Let's just very quickly, Christina, let's look at 2017. Travis Robinson would have taken the entire constituency, all of the polling divisions. He would have won in the last election. But look at what's happening in 2021 thus far, how that is shaping up. So you see here already the difference playing itself out. Kenyatta Gibson, I see you paying very close attention to all of this. If you are the incumbent, and we are 2 hours and some after the polls are closed, and this is what you're looking like, what's going through your head at this point?
Well, of course, you're very concerned, because at some point, if the numbers continue with this trend, it becomes insurmountable. Well, look at the numbers. They don't lie.
I think the numbers are really interesting too, in terms of telling the story of who the Bahamian voter is and how we perceive this political game. For you to go from getting every constituency just 5 years ago, or polling division 5 years ago, to now struggling, it is a very telling story, and I think it speaks to what do Bahamian voters really want. Even if you look at the story of a Fred Mitchell in Fox Hill, that speaks to that as well.
Nyambi, I'm going to stop you for a moment.
Okay.
Our Kyle Walken, I understand, is ready in Grand Bahama. Are we able to go to Kyle? Team is, are we ready to go to him? He's standing by live. Kyle? No, not at this time. We're going to set up to Kyle in just a minute, but Nyambi, back to your point.
Yeah, so I was saying, so in 2012, Fred Mitchell won. 2017, he lost, and I think I get this right. And then in 2021, according to the polls that we saw just now, I think that he's leading. And so now you have an incident where people, they know who Fred Mitchell in Fox Hill is. They've had him as an MP before. They said they didn't want him 5 years ago, and now 5 years later is saying, oh, well, we'll take you back, right? So are we really at a place in our politics where we are able to say we can look at the actual candidate, or are we still just voting along party lines? And is that because as a collective, we feel like our power really comes only every 5 years within this voting space? And then as a democracy, how can we change that so that people, constituents, feel that they have power, not just every 5 years, but all throughout the time, the period?
Hold on, gentlemen. We're going to jump to the board just a moment, because tonight is all about numbers. We want to tell people where we are. This is the Carmichael constituency in the south. Desmond Bannister, the incumbent, being challenged by Keith Bell. This is a race that happened previously. Desmond would have been the victor. But in polling division number 1, you see 137, 121 for Keith Bell, 10 for Orinthia Kumalafe, leader of the DNA. Not an impressive showing, but if this is found out, at least one polling division we see thus far would be going to Desmond Bannister, but that's only 7% of the reporting. So there's still a long way to go for Desmond Bannister tonight. As you were saying, Christina, let's see if we can pull up some more. Gentlemen, one of you were about to say something.
I was just going to add to what Nyambi mentioned, and that was, there was a statistic that came up on the board that spoke to the motivation motivation for voters, and one of them was loyal supporter,
Right.
and the other was getting rid of somebody.
Mm.
I think Bahamians vote by fear and not necessarily by faith. If we take what we ought to do is vote by faith to choose a candidate and a party that takes us through by vision to another level. What we want to do is essentially is get rid of who's there. If we don't like you, we get rid of you. And I'm seeing that a lot in this, and that's why I go back to my original theme. This is a rejection of the incumbents.
We want to try and go live to some of our party headquarters. We have a lot of live teams out there. I'm asking my crew now. We're ready to go live from the scenes. Can some of you guys indicate to me when we can go live? We want to go to PLP headquarters. There's some activity there. We want to go live to Grand Bahama. There's activity there as well. So I'm going to stand by and wait on those cues. In the meantime, we've got Mount Moriah. Some constituencies have been, some polling divisions have reported. We have polling division number 8. Christina, let's go through that.
We've got 25% of the votes in Mount Moriah reporting so far. There are more than 5,000 registered voters here. Marvin Dames has 183 votes of the F&M. Mikkel Bonnaby of the PLP, 195 votes. Carneal Farquharson of the DNA, 8 votes. Jacqueline McKenzie of COI has secured 3% of the votes. And Samuel Strawn of UCM, 0%. And Stephen Surratt, 0%. And that's just in polling division number 8. In polling division number 3, you'll see a different story where Marvin Dames has pulled ahead by 1% of the votes that have been reported so far. He has secured 102 votes in polling division 3. Mikkel Bonnaby of the PLP, 100 votes. Carneal Farquharson of the DNA, 16 votes. Jacqueline McKenzie, I do not have the exact number of votes, but that's 8% of the votes reported for polling division number 3. Samuel Strawn of UCM, 0%. Stephen Surratt, independent candidate, 0%. I believe we have another one. We've got one more polling division from Mount Moriah. Polling division number 9. Marvin Dames of the F&M, 84 votes. Mikkel Bonnaby of the PLP, 128 votes. Carneal Farquharson of the DNA, 4 votes. Jacqueline McKenzie secured 4% of the votes in polling division number 9. Samuel Strawn of UCM, 1% of the votes. And Stephen Surratt, independent, 0. And this is what it looks like so far in Mount Moriah.
It's about 8:30, folks. Just after 8:30, we're going to take a quick break and come back. We've got lots more results coming up. We're also going to try and go live out on location. We've got teams standing by. Lots of things are happening out there. We want to try and bring you up to speed. So stay with us. You're watching Our Vote on RTV.
You've always taken care of them, even when you've neglected to take care of yourself. You are a giver, a peacemaker, a protector, and a provider. They depend on you. They trust you. It's a selfless job, and there's no medal for it, although it can be very rewarding. So as you provide for them, let us provide for you.
J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
And we are back. You're watching our vote on our TV. In just a few moments, we're going to go live to one of the party's headquarters where quite a bit of activity is happening. Our Vonique Toot is at the PLP's headquarters. We're going to get set to go to her in just a few moments. But Christina, while we were in the break, some results continuing to come in, and we're going to pull those up in just a minute. Jessica Robertson is out with a team out front as well. We're going to talk to them at some point in the broadcast. But gentlemen, at 8:34, we understand that there are already lots of people gathering at the PLP's headquarters on Farrington Road. We're going to check in there in just a moment. And so word is spreading that a victory may be imminent.
That is what I believe the sources of all the people on the panel would be indicating, is that whether that is fact or not, that is certainly the vibe at this point in time, although it's still early. Yeah.
All right, we do understand. Our Kyle Walk-In is live in Grand Bahama. We're going to see if we can go to, guys, is he up? Are we ready? Can we go? All right, Kyle.
Hi, Jerome. We're here at the headquarters of incumbent Frederick McAlpine. He ran a race as an independent candidate, and now he has a speech to give Mr. McAlpine. Your word.
Well, thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Bahamas. I want to take this opportunity to indicate that I ran my race, and I did not do as I had anticipated, in the sense that we did not win this particular race. I want to be able to say that even though we did not win this race, we want to be magnanimous and congratulate the winner unofficially of this race in the person of Miss Ginger Moxie. And also would like to say that she unofficially received 1,433 votes. I received 1,183 votes. And the Free National Movement unofficially received 889 votes. And so I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to have had the ability to serve the people of Pine Ridge and by extension Grand Bahama, and I will continue to do so. I've always been a vibrant voice, and I will continue to be a vibrant voice for the people of Grand Bahama and for those in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Again, I'm a man of faith, and I'm taught that all things work together for good to them that love the Lord. I love the Lord, and so at the end of the day, I can do nothing but serve and work in His will.
Now, when we were off air, I asked you if this was a concession speech. You said, no, you wait till tomorrow. But just now it sounded a bit like it.
Well, it's not a concession speech because the numbers tonight are unofficial and we have a recount. But regardless, I'm still magnanimous, and I lost by 250 votes. This teaches us that it's important for everybody to support the person they want to support, not leaving it up to the other person to get the job done. And so it's not a concession speech, but it is one of magnanimous.
Last question for me. Anything you want to say to the many people who supported you, the over 1,000 people who supported you?
I want to thank the people who supported me. I'd like to thank the constituents of Pine Ridge. I'd love to thank the MacPac. They have been behind me 100%. And I want to say to them, hold your head up high. I can walk anywhere in this country with my head held high. I'm respectable. I've been respectable, and I have done what I had to do for the people, and I'll continue to always speak out. And these people who are behind me, they will tell you, you've not seen the last of me. I don't know what the night's going to hold, but you've not seen the last of me. You will continue to hear my voice, and I will always speak up for justice and equality of the Bahamian people, wherever they are or whatever island they may be from.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jerome. Back to you in studio.
That's our Kyle Walk-In live in Grand Bahama, talking to Frederick McAlpine, who says it's not a concession speech, but it's real tough for an independent to be victorious in an election. History tells us that in our election history. It's really hard for an independent to win.
It usually only happens when one of the major parties declines to run somebody in the seat because they want that independent to win.
Right.
And it goes back to my point, the two-party system of two major parties in this country is alive and well.
It is.
All right. Gentlemen, we're going to go right now to the PLP headquarters. Our Vonique Toot is standing by. She's been there for quite a bit of time now, too. What can you tell us from your perspective?
Jerome, remember how subdued and empty the PLP headquarters was this time 4.5 years ago? Well, it's a completely different story tonight. It's so bad we had to cross the street just so I could be able to hear you and so you could hear me. Take a look behind me. It's crazy. The entire yard is filled with supporters. They've even stopped. They had a watch party earlier. They've stopped watching the results. The music is playing now. I hear John Canoe. It's like music just pulsating through the speakers, like fans are going crazy. Cars are passing, just honking their horns. Supporters are running into the road, cheering on PLP supporters as they pass. Everyone's going crazy. I'm joined by PLP fan Dylan. Dylan, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good right now. The results are still coming in, but at the end of the day, this country really needs a new day. For far too long, the FNM has been borrowing too much money with nothing to show for it. Nothing at all. PLP historically has supported the public institutions of this nation, and the FNM has always consistently borrowed money, and nothing to show for it. And I am sick of that. I have been in poverty. I have been in the hills of Hollywood. And at the end of the day, the PLP party is the PLP party is the party for the people. There's no questions asked. Simply as that. So today is a great day for this nation. Regardless of party politics, the PLP has a long legacy of doing better for the whole nation. And I'm thankful for that.
Thank you so much. And Jerome, the PLP was a party with something to prove tonight. If you recall, between 2007 and 2012, the PLP had the overwhelming majority in the House of Assembly. Imagine going from that to being almost completely eviscerated in the 2017 election. Just 4 seats out of 39 seats. They had something to prove tonight. At the beginning of the night, they had a food giveaway. You had supporters in the yard just eating, listening to music. Then they started watching results. Then whenever they saw one of their candidates up in the polls, they cheered a little, but they were still cautiously optimistic. They were still quiet, still subdued. But as those results continue to roll in, you can see it's just people coming out of nowhere. We started off, there's no parking anywhere. People are parking in the road, on the side of the road. Any business they can find, they're parking. It's raining, and supporters don't care. They're coming out in large numbers. Every time you look, more and more people coming out. The sounds of horns honking. But we'll stay here as results continue to roll in, so you can check in with us later. Back to you in studio, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Vonique. I don't have to tell you this, but I've got to tell you it. Just be safe, be careful. There are lots of people who are out there, but COVID is still with us, so certainly continue to be careful. Christina, we've got some more results on the board. Let's talk to where we are.
So we don't have any projected winners yet, but in our board we have 55% reporting from Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador. And so far, Philip Brave Davis has captured 68% of the votes in that constituency. He is the incumbent. He is the leader of the PLP. So just in case you're wondering why the PLP is celebrating, this is part of the reason. They've got 294 votes overall so far. Again, 55% reporting out of 1,679 registered voters. Felicia Knowles of the FNM, 134 overall votes. Angelino Cooper of COI, 6 votes.
All right. Can we pull up any more constituencies? Let's take a look in the South. While we were in the break, I know we had some results that came in.
Carmichael.
Let's look at Carmichael and where we are. We've got a new polling division. Hey, this is polling division. This one we looked at already. Let's look at polling division number 11.
Polling division number 11, we've got 14% of votes reporting so far. Desmond Bannister, deputy leader of the FNM and incumbent here. He's got 53 votes in polling division number 11. Keith Bell has 62 votes from the PLP in polling division number 11. Arinthia Komalafe, 6 votes so far in polling division number 11. She is the leader of the DNA, the female leader of the DNA. Charlotte Green of COI, 10% of those votes in polling division number 11. Samuel Johnson of KGM, 0%, and Glenn Roll of GCP, 1% of the reporting votes in polling division number 11.
So
O'Brien Knowles, also independent,
All right,
0%.
so we've got two, sorry, pull out full. So we just got two results officially in Carmichael. In just a few moments, we're going to go out to Jessica Robertson, who's standing by with our folks who are observing this election tonight. But before we go to her, we're going to go to our Jared Higgs, who is in Cat Island. He's traveling with the leader of the opposition, Philip Brave Davis. Jared.
Thanks, guys. Well, I am live here in Cat Island at Fountain Bay Resort, where Philip Davis recently just arrived here to a room full of really crowded celebratory supporters. Mr. Davis, we can just take a quick look back over. He's having a seat now. He's preparing some remarks. When he came in, I was able to ask him how he's feeling. Right now, I think he's just trying to gather himself. The situation just slightly overwhelming. He's got lots of supporters here in his room with him. Mr. Davis, when he came in, embracing one of his grandchildren, Christopher Jr. Right now, we can see him just over my shoulder. He's just trying to prepare some remarks to deliver tonight. We're just waiting. You know, they've asked us to kind of wait before they go live. So we're here standing by to allow, Mr. Davis to deliver those remarks. I can't really say if they're prepared right now, of course, to go live. So I just want to give you the opportunity to have a look at, what's going on here in this room. Lots of PLP supporters. It was a really, really jubilant time in this room over the past couple of hours as the results would have poured in, supporters seeing the results coming in out of New Providence, of course seeing Mr. Davis's results coming in for Cat Island. Right now, just trying to gather himself, he tells me. He says he's just trying to gather his thoughts. I asked him how he felt. He said, I feel okay, but let me gather my thoughts. And he's surrounded by family. Most of his children are here. At least 3 of his sons are here. His daughter along with her husband, their children. So his grandchildren are also here. And of course his wife, Mrs. Anne Marie Davis, is also here with us in Cat Island. Naturally, we really want to hear from Mr. Davis. Right now, he's preparing to speak. And so perhaps if you guys come back to us, Mr. Davis will no doubt perhaps be ready to give those remarks. I can just let you have a look again at where Mr. Davis is. If TJ would just kind of, pan, but there are just so many supporters blocking him right now. Everyone's in a really, really jubilant, but, so somewhat jubilant and subdued mood. But at the same time, of course, when Mr. Davis came in, lots and lots of applause, lots of cheering. Mr. Davis is getting ready right now to prepare some remarks.
Kyle, Jared, we'll come back to you in just a few moments. We do understand that he's going to prepare some remarks and deliver them in a bit. So we will come back to you when he's ready to give those remarks. As we still look at results, we do want to check in with Jessica Robertson, who has a group of folks they've been sitting with her all night, watching all of this unfold. Jess, you've had a little different vantage point than we have. We've been here in the thick of things with the results, but you've been out there with your group who have been observing this. What's been the reaction? What's been the feedback?
Well, we, like everybody else, we're just here watching this play out in real time. As you said, I have 3 University of the Bahamas students here, 2 in marketing, 1 in English. And guys, anyone can take this one. What are your thoughts as we're seeing this play out? It's looking, for all intents and purposes, like we have a new government.
I think that it's very indicative of how politics usually goes in the Bahamas. So we oscillate. At one season we're PLP, the next season we're FNM. And so I think that we're seeing that again. A lot of people have been displeased with the way that FNM has handled things within the last 4 years. And that's showing up in the way that they're voting. So I'm not surprised at all. We've been talking at the results in the different constituencies. And I think that we are surprised, though, at how well the independent candidates are doing.
Well, this is going to be my next question is, we talking earlier, the young people want to change. They didn't come out en masse to make that change happen. For the first time, we had 227 candidates to choose from. And so you had the choices there, maybe not the choices you wanted. What's it going to take for the young people to get involved, to make this happen? Because here we are still swinging back and forth between the two parties. Anyone?
All right, so I'll take that one then. I think the main thing for us as young people is being seen. And not just being seen, but being heard. Because it's one thing to say, yeah, we're going to see you. One of the things that I felt the last election that happened was there was a comment that was made that Travis Robinson was a token piece for the young persons, right? To get now a young perspective in the House. Now, the reality of it is, it's like, okay, so now you have this young person, but are you actually listening? Because then we see the agenda of the party by and large is still concerning everybody else. Of course, it's a country to run in a holistic sense, but at the end of the day, the young persons want to see, okay, are you concerned about us? We have issues that we want to see resolved. Do we have jobs that we can be fulfilled in? Do we have housing that we can afford, where we can actually grow up in an area and start lives and stuff like that? So we have like prevalent issues that we want to see met, and if no government can do that, then I think we're going to continue to see this flip back and forth.
Okay, Tamia, what's your take on what we're seeing?
Well, we have seen the F&M and their housing development that's been going on, Prospect Ridge, Carmichael Road. I think that they're doing a good job with that. That's the only thing that I can agree with.
Any thoughts on what we're seeing unfold for us?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I really was looking to see if there was going to be a change, because without change, there's no growth at all. And we're just doing ping pong back and forth. And I'm honestly not surprised.
So in addition to what Sturman just said, what else is this new government going to have to focus on to win the support of this younger generation? What do they have to do starting tomorrow?
I want to say again that we really have to look at the diversification of the economy. Like Shraman said, a lot of young people, they're coming out of college, they're coming back home from college. There is the concern of like, am I employable? Will I be able to find work? A lot of attention is still paid too much to like foreigners, and they're able to come in and they're able to get positions that like younger Bahamians should be able to get, and so we have to also consider that there's a large number of younger Bahamians who are leaving the country as well. Like that's a concern. There's a serious brain drain that's happening in the country. But I think that it is important to notice that even with, you said there have been 220 something
227
plus
candidates.
227 independent candidates, but
candidates total.
Right. But what we're still seeing is some young people are still going with what they know, or what they've seen their parents vote. And I think that we probably still have a ways to go before we're able to change like the real mind and heart, like the mindset and the heart of young people, where like we really get to the point where like, okay, like I'm fed up, like I'm going to choose something else.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
No, I totally agree with her. But I have noticed that most young people, they're just deciding that they should leave. There's no change, so they're leaving.
So that's something that this new government needs to be looking at, is this apparent brain drain that it's been going on for a while, and it's sounding from what you're saying that it's likely to continue to happen.
I'd also like to add as well, I think the party should be more accommodating or more accepting or more inviting to younger people coming in. So as Drummond said, there was the thought that Travis might have been a token piece, this like it might have been tokenism to appeal to the younger generation, and you don't necessarily see that happening. Like who are the younger than 40 candidates in these other parties? Like how are you inviting? Are you opening like communication? Are you inviting younger people to be affiliated with the party? Like how are you making yourself attractive in that way to get young people on board? And I think that that's something that all parties should consider as well.
Great. Well, thank you so much to the three of you for joining us and lending your insight into what we've been watching happen here tonight. Jerome, we're going to come back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Certainly, that's where the future of the country lies. The University of the Bahamas students have some insight. We are going to go back to the board, Christina. We can almost project a winner in Long Island. Let's talk about that, and then move on to some other constituencies.
We have 89% of votes reporting right now. Adrian Gibson, we're looking at the overall picture for Long Island. Adrian Gibson with 699 votes, which is 61% of those that have been reported so far. Tyrell Young of the PLP, 435 of the overall votes so far. Sydney Carroll, 13 votes so far. That equals out to about 1%. And Shaquille Adderley of the GCP, 0%. But we're also going to hop over. We're going to go back to New Providence. We're going to take a look at Golden Gates. Down here. Golden Gates, we're going to see what's happening here. We have 31% of votes reporting so far. And there are 13 polling divisions, 5,490 registered voters. In polling division number 1, Charmaine Adderley of COI has 18%. Michael Folks of the FNM, 68 votes. Pia Glover Roll of the PLP, 125 votes. Antonio Miller of GCP, 3 votes. Lamont Nixon of the DNA, 3 votes. Anthony Ramming, independent, 3 votes. Sydney Sands, another independent, 1 vote. And Ural Usher, independent, 0 votes.
Christine, I just want to move because we've got to get to the 9 o'clock hour real quick. So this is what the picture looks like in Golden Gates at 31%. We haven't seen anything out of Seabreeze. Do we have anything in Seabreeze to report at this hour? We have nothing official coming in from Seabreeze. Any other constituencies in the south that are of interest that we may not have touched on? That's a good, well, that's not completely in the south. Let's go Garden Hills. Nothing coming out of Garden Hills yet.
Okay.
Any other constituencies?
Let's look at Golden Isles, maybe.
Oh, here we go. So we are...
I think we need to refresh on this one.
Okay, let's go. Let's see what else here. Anything
Oh,
new?
we had Yamacraw.
Yes, let's look
Yamacraw
at
was
Yamacraw.
one that we could look at. The overall, we have 46% of votes reporting right now, 5,268 registered voters, 13 polling divisions. This is what the overall picture is looking like so far. We see red and we see yellow. We see more yellow than red. Ellsworth Johnson, the incumbent, he has 41% of the overall votes so far. Zane Lightbourne has 49% of the overall votes so far. He is the PLP's candidate. Chad Rutherford of COI has 7% of the overall votes so far.
Christina, I'm going to stop you. We are getting information that we may have a concession. We just want to confirm that. We may have a concession on our hands. That's what our team is telling us out in the field, and we may be having a full concession as well as a victory speech. So you are watching our vote on RTV. Stay with us. We've got a quick break. A lot of developments going on. Don't move. We're back right after this.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Not all heroes wear capes. Some wear hard hats, steel-toe boots, and climbing belts. They don't prowl the streets at night looking for the bad boys. They're the good guys, saving us during our darkest hours, putting their lives on the line every day to make ours brighter. They're the ones you call because you know they'll be there every time. It's not easy being a hero. Sometimes they're painted as the villain. But if there's one thing all heroes have in common, is that they don't give up. They're always fair, focused on helping those in need. Because for those heroes, it's more than a job, it's a duty. Some people try to be heroes, others just are. At Grand Bahama Power Company, we are proud to know a few heroes, always there for you.
loved one under medical care? Do you need affordable medical supplies? Ports International is the largest home healthcare supplier. Medical supplies at the very best price, and you can even shop online. From hospital beds to wound care, wheelchairs to walkers, Ports is a one-stop shop for your medical supplies, and we accept insurance. We have online shopping and 2 locations to serve you, at the Airport Industrial Park and Shirley Street. We also ship to the Family Islands. Shop online and visit us on Facebook. Call Ports at 377-1771.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
You've always taken care of them, even when you've neglected to take care of yourself. You are a giver, a peacemaker, a protector, and a provider. They depend on you. They trust you. It's a selfless job, and there's no medal for it, although it can be very rewarding. So as you provide for them, let us provide for you.
J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Welcome back to RTV's live coverage of the election night 2021. We have some news to report to you. We do understand that Prime Minister Minnis has conceded the election. He made a phone call to Philip Brave Davis a few moments ago. We're going to get to that video in just a few moments. But Mr. Davis announced in Cat Island to his supporters that the Prime Minister had called him and conceded the election. And so that means we are about to have a new Prime Minister and a new government. Soon to be former Prime Minister Hubert Minnis, we understand, has conceded in a phone call to the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party, Philip Brave Davis, which means that the PLP has unofficially won the election. We don't have all the numbers in as we are continuing to get those numbers, but we're going to show you that video in just a moment. Kenyatta Gibson, I'm going to start with you. Did you see this coming? Did you see this happening?
I always knew, I thought the election would be a lot closer than it seems to be. Let me say this much. We live in a great, vibrant democracy. This is the...
I'm going to stop you, sorry, just for a moment. We're going to play that video right now. We do have a video coming from our team in Cat Island, Mr. Davis announcing that phone call.
I called you back just because the call was being conceded. So I called you back. Yeah.
The most honorable Hubert Minnis, who was just conceded, I think to congratulate me for the victory. And wishing me well. He has stepped down, he's not stepped down, but he is conceded. I will now guide us, so I have still working on something to say to you in that event. And I will invite you all to join me at the airport. Yes, sir? In Dubai. Right now. So I can give a statement to the press, and I hope it will carry live and the Bahamian people.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas has a new Prime Minister and a new government. Philip Brave Davis will take the position of Prime Minister officially in a matter of hours, I would think, once the Governor General invites him to come and become and form the next government of the Bahamas. The Commonwealth of the Bahamas has a new government some 3 hours after the polls have closed. What a night. And the results are still coming in, which is a clear indication of something to us. Kenyatta, I'm going to start back with you. We ended with you. What is it? 9 o'clock?
It's a great expression of the Bahamian democracy.
Right.
By great people. These transitions take place after general elections. Governments come in, governments go out. but the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is continuity. And I just want to offer Mr. Davis my very best wishes, because if he does well, my country does well.
Dr. Kendall Major, you were in the PLP when you were defeated in the last election. 4.5 years later, you're now at the precipice of victory. What does it feel like for you?
It feels to some degree like exoneration. I was a part of the tsunami that swept through the country when we lost in 2017. And I was told by my constituents it wasn't about you, but it was about change. It's about change again. The Bahamian people rejected this government. I'm concerned that the ebb and flow of our political desires are something that we will have to deal with in time to come. But congratulations to the new Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis. He's earned it, he's put his work in. The PLP led a very effective campaign, a very innovative campaign. They stuck to the plan, they didn't mudsling, they presented their plan to the Bahamian people, and the people saw and felt that this was their time to take our country back.
On our screen now, we see celebrations in Freeport, Grand Bahama. This is at PLP, one of the headquarters in Grand Bahama. We see the celebration there taking place by some of the supporters of the party in Grand Bahama. We're going to continue with our discussion. Quincy Parker, is this a rejection of Hubert Minnis and the FNM, or is this a rejection of Hubert Minnis and or the FNM?
The problem with your question is that
I never ask easy questions.
No, the problem with the question is that Bahamians like to have their cake and eat it too.
Mm-hmm.
My fellow panelists will have talked about how we don't vote for candidates, we vote for leadership. And if that is the case, which I would have to concede, then this is a resounding rejection of the most honorable Hubert Alexander Minnis. And I don't think, frankly speaking, it has anything to do with the candidates themselves. As Mr. The good doctor can attest, in the last go-round, there were some candidates who suffered the ignominy of defeat because their leader was someone that the people felt compelled to reject. And I think that in this case, turnabout is fair play. Mm-hmm. And as Kenyatta has said, I would like to point out very clearly that if Mr. Davis does well, the Bahamas does well. And so I wish him all the best.
And that's a very mature position to take. And I think in times like these, we have to step back for a moment and ask, what is good for the country at this point? We're also joined by some new panelists. Our Jessica Robertson is standing by with some of our panelists who are out in our studio audience. We've got them new faces and new voices. One you're very familiar with, Jessica.
Hey, Jerome, thank you. Yes, we are sitting here watching it unfold, and we have our little town hall session going, and we've switched out the faces. And we have with us, we've got John Bostwick, who is an unaffiliated observer. We have Justin Smith, who's with the DNA, and LeVar Ferguson, who's with the FNM. We had another Justin Smith with the PLP, and he's gone to join the celebrations, we understand. So, gentlemen, not sure we're seeing what anyone really expected to see in terms of this huge swing. What initial thoughts on what we're seeing happen tonight? LeVar. Hold your mic up there for me. Yeah.
One thing I'll say, one thing I was taught is at the polls, government is not voted in. Governments are voted out. You know? And as Pinlin would have said, in congratulating my PLP friends, as Pinlin would have said, the voice of the people is the voice of God. And the people of this great nation have spoken.
Yeah. Well, they've spoken, but John, what have they said?
That's a great question, Jessica. What have the people said? And as we watch the results, you are seemingly to hear something loud and clear. Is it the same thing that they have been saying repeatedly since 2002? That they are voting out of government. It seems to me that's the case. That again, the former government now is being judged as having failed to execute the people's mandate. And sadly, although kind of in a mixed kind of sadness, there was a massive showing of third-party parties, third-party options. And although they seem to have had, again, a dismal failure across the board, their presence is noted. Not noted in the way it was noted in 2012. And that, too, is interesting. It seems that we are very much locked into, at the present time, a two-party system.
Justin Smith, DNA didn't do so hot. In fact, I think another third-party coalition actually seems at this point to have even outraced the DNA that's been around. But what is it the Bahamian people are looking for? We don't want the FNM, we don't want the PLP, is what we're hearing, but we're not ready for any of these other options.
Well, I would want us to also look at that. This is actually one of the lowest voter turnout elections that we've ever had in this country. So what's happening is technically this is not really an endorsement. This is people abstaining and saying that we're technically just frustrated with the back and forth. And what we're doing now is we're refusing to endorse anyone. And then the message to third parties like the DNA and other parties out there, you guys need to come with viable options. Maybe at the coming down to the wire of the election, we know that the machinery of the two big parties always kick in high gear. We know that their financial backings always kick in. We know that media always kicks in greater. And the DNA has been a party that's been there from 2012, and this is our third go at it. And what has happened is simply the Bahamian people are saying, you guys, maybe this is a probation period. I don't think that the Bahamian people are resistance. They don't want change. The issue is the change that they want, they haven't seen it as yet. Right. And this is where third parties like mine have to go back now into our meetings and say, okay, what is it that the Bahamian people want to see? What is this viable option that the Bahamian people want to see? And this is not really a good victory for the PLP, because technically you are a government that just was elected with one of the lowest voter turnouts, which means that this is not a big endorsement. But I do commend the PLP for holding their ground, for keeping a strong campaign and getting those PLPs that were disgruntled with them in 2017 back to come out and stand their ground. They held their ground. That's actually what this was. PLPs held their ground, but this was not an endorsement of this government.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see if we can unravel and unwrap this voter turnout issue. How much of it was this, you know, I'm not feeling any of this. I'm not participating in this whole process. And how much of it was the COVID factor? I mean, we certainly saw from some of the polling that our news team has been doing over the last few weeks since elections were announced. A few weeks ago, COVID played pretty high as a factor of concern for people in terms of what they were looking for when they made a decision for a party. And yet today, the exit polls, COVID wasn't that big a deal. We could probably surmise that the people who were concerned about COVID didn't come out of their houses today. So we're not sure, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to take a look at, because I think all of the parties are going to have to understand this issue, is how much of it was an antipathy. I'm just not feeling this. I'm not feeling this.
Sure if you can
I think
hear
Jerome
me.
is calling us back to the studio.
We've got to come back from
Okay.
there. All right. Thank you very much, Jessica. Great panel. We're going to definitely want to hear more from them a little later on. But first, our Kyle Walkin is standing by in Grand Bahama, where celebrations have already started. Kyle, how is it where you are from your vantage point? What is it like? Seems like a lot of jubilant supporters are out on the streets in Grand Bahama.
Celebratory moment.
vote out here tonight. 5 minutes ago, the announcer, the DJ, just came on the mic and he said, listen, we no longer have a competent authority. We have a prime minister in Philip Brave Davis. And the crowd absolutely went nuts. They were eating it all up. People started dancing, celebrating. This guy over here, if I can just talk to him really quickly. You're here to celebrate the PLP's win, right?
Yes, I'm here to celebrate the PLP.
Don't cuss.
PLP win. I work hard for them. And I'm glad they won. Because Mr. Davis is a good man. And I tell you, I'll do it again. I'll fight for the PLP over and over again. Because Mr. Minnis, you are fair.
All right, thank you very much. That's a PLP supporter, one of many out here tonight celebrating the PLP's victory, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Kyle Walk-In. You gotta love live TV. You just gotta love live TV in the Bahamas. One thing we want to point out, folks, we're still awaiting sort of some official things on numbers. We do know that the FNM has conceded through now outgoing Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis. We know that Philip Brave Davis is about to give a victory speech. At some point, we do understand that he may be addressing supporters from the headquarters here in Nassau, but he has to get here. But we do also understand that he may be speaking at the airport in Cat Island. So we're going to sort of keep it going to see what all we can give to you. Now, what I find unfortunate at this point is that we still don't have official numbers. It happened last election as well. The moment a victory is at hand, it's like the count stops. There's still so many unanswered questions out here about who won, who lost. I mean, obviously the PLP won, but there's still so many questions about who won where. I mean, we can sit here going to the map all night and sort of give you an estimate, but it's clear the PLP won, but there's something wrong with that process.
Well, the OAS has recommended that we go to a digital process. Obviously, we're going to have to do some things to modernize our electoral process in the future. But, you know, today we have what we have.
Let me say this, too, and I just want to plug. You know, as a station, you can imagine the level of frustration that we have when we're getting results, you know, off of a phone from pieces of paper we've been shooting, you know, pictures, a photo of a piece of paper that we're reading off of all night. When we've asked the parliamentary department months ago, let's modernize this, let's help. We understand our Vonique Toot is standing by live at the PLP headquarters. We're going to delve into that. I don't want to stand on my soapbox tonight. Vonique Toot is standing by at PLP headquarters where it's a hub of activity, we understand. Vonique?
Jerome, we had to come inside. Like, outside is storming. People don't care. They're dancing in the rain. I'm now joined by former Cabinet Minister Danny Johnson. Yeah. I'm also joined by PLP, one of the major members of the party, Minky Isaacs. Gentlemen, how do you feel tonight?
Darcy Williams, so nice to be with you all. We heard a quote from Sir Lyndon last night about when it rains and when the people cry and what we're supposed to do, and we answer their call, and how proud we are to still be PLP. And what you saw today is we heard their cry, and we're going to answer their call, and we try and let everyone know how still we are absolutely proud to be PLP. Of Brave Davis, who did the hard work. People laughed at him, they underestimated him, didn't think he could talk. Boy, he look good now, right? Didn't think he could walk the walk. He can. We're going to do better. We deserve better. The Bahamian people deserve better. I want to congratulate, however, Hubert Minnis and his party, who may have done their very best. For those who have won and those who have lost, now it's up to God tonight to do the rest.
Mr. Minky Isaacs, you're synonymous with the PLP. Yes. You've been there from day one. My entire journalism career, I've seen you campaigning for the PLP. What does this night mean to the party?
This means, you know, we were down at the last election. A lot of people, we only had 4 seats, and they were very, very discouraged. And the 3 of us kept on saying, no, just as we are down this time, let us build to come back up again. And with the help of our leader, who never gave up, who kept inspiring us, that's what we did. We kept inspiring the younger ones, and it caught on. And that's why we are where we are today.
Amen.
What do you say to those people who still have reservations about Philip Brave Davis? How do you reassure them that he will make a good prime minister for the Bahamas?
Well, time will prove that, but being around him all of his political career, he has the knowledge, he has the know-how how to blend with people, not just the higher ups, but the others as well. He knows how to blend with them. If you know Brave Davis, he never forgot where he came from. And that is his key to success. He never forget the young fella, the low fella. He always is there to help. Whether you are against us or for us, he lends a helping hand to all.
Now, the leader is not here in Nassau tonight. What's next upon his return to New Providence?
I think Danny can handle that, but we can. I know
well, in his absence, we have a big team. We have people who are experienced. I have Dashi Williams here with me tonight, who was Sir Lyndon's personal guard for 26 years. We have Fish McKenzie, who works personally with Mr. Davis. We also have people who really run the government of the Bahamas, our senior permanent secretaries, who understand every part of the working of government. So you will see now a transfer of power. And as we've always done in the Bahamas, it'll be a peaceful transfer of power from one agency to the other, from one person to the other. And I tell people, election settles all bets, because we work for you. And when you all tell us what to do, that's what we're going to do. The people have spoken.
Now, we're in the midst of a pandemic. People are dying every day. Hospitals bursting at the seams. Economic crisis. There will be no honeymoon for the Progressive Liberal Party. How do you start a new government that way, almost at a disadvantage almost?
Well, it's not a disadvantage. We're going to bring everyone together, just as Mr. Davis leads this group of people here. We're going to bring everyone together. Dwayne Sands, Robin Roberts, Danny Johnson, Linwood Brown, everyone together in one place at one time. And we will do the best we can for our people. That's what we're going to do. And we will start right away. We can get on this and we can beat this. That's what we're going to do.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Back to you in studio, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Vonnie.
PLP!
Live from inside the PLP's headquarters. Well, we can tell you it's a much different scene with inside the FNM's headquarters. Our Jasmine Brown is there tonight as things are about to shut down. Jasmine?
That's right, Jerome. It was pretty much empty here at the FNM headquarters. At one point, it was only the R News team, my cameraman Sherrod Campbell, our online producer Sasha Lightborn. And as word came down that the Free National Movement would be losing the election, we had people coming in, we had the other media gathering, but I have covered the FNM headquarters for the last two elections. And at some point there were supporters. Tonight there were absolutely no supporters. Now, just after 9 a.m., the Prime Minister issued a statement. I'm going to read a few highlights. It was a 2-page statement. And he said, Free National Movement FNM Party leader Dr. Hubert Minnis thanked Bahamians for their last 4 years in tonight's concession speech. Tonight I spoke with the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party, Philip Brave Davis, and offered my congratulations to him and his party on their victory at the polls. I offered him my best wishes as the government now faces the continued fight against COVID-19 and the restoration of the economy. I will lead the Free National Movement into the House as the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. The Bahamas has a proud democratic tradition. The people decide who serves as government. Our party presented its vision for the future to Bahamians from the northern islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco all the way to the southern islands of Macau. During our term, we faced the most difficult times in Bahamian history. In September 2019, Abaco, the Abaco Keys and Grand Bahama were struck by the strongest storm to hit the Bahamas. In the pandemic, we provided tens of millions of dollars per month in food and unemployment benefits to citizens, along with tax credits to businesses. We fought hard to secure more than 500,000 doses of 3 of the best vaccines in the world. The FNM has a proud legacy. We have governed the Bahamas over 4 terms. Our philosophy is to use the resources of government to provide opportunity to those who have historically been without. I thank my wife Patricia and my family for supporting me during this term and throughout my life. I also thank the officers, members, and supporters of the Free National Movement for their assistance and encouragement during my time as leader. And to the Bahamian people, I say a warm and heartfelt thank you for my time being your Prime Minister. You are strong, hardworking, and resilient. Hurricane Dorian did not break you. The pandemic has not broken you. And that's just the highlights from this 2-page press release sent out by the Free National Movement just after 9 p.m. Now, we did not see any party leaders, any candidates here tonight. As I said, it was pretty empty. You can see the chairs behind me. They probably suspect or wanted to see some people here tonight. I know we're in the middle of a pandemic, but we did not see anybody here, any action here tonight. And it kind of had a feeling of when we were here in 2012. Back to you, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. A very grim scene at the FNM's headquarters tonight. The now outgoing Prime Minister releasing a statement, not addressing the public. I suspect he will address the public or the press at some point in the ensuing days. We're going to go now back to Grand Bahama. Our Kyle Walkin is standing by with some of the victors of the race in Grand Bahama. Kyle, what are you hearing and what can you tell us? All right, we're just showing you some video now of the celebrations in Grand Bahama as news has spread that the PLP has secured a victory. We're still waiting on seat counts at this point. Unfortunately, we have not been able to say definitively how many seats have gone to the PLP. We do have some information. We see our Kyle Walking trying to get in place there to speak to us. Don't know if he can hear us in all of the activity that's happening. Kyle? Kyle, can you hear me? Go ahead.
I'm here joined with Ginger Moxie. Miss Moxie, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
We followed you this whole ride. Now you're here. You have won Pine Ridge, not officially, but you've won. How does it feel?
It feels awesome. It feels awesome. There's so much work that went into it, and it was a team effort. My team is awesome. It's spectacular. They're servant leaders. And so it's just a bunch of people coming together to make a difference.
Have you heard?
All right. Okay, this is live TV now. This is live, but thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Back to your studio, Jerome.
So the Kyle walking in there in the midst of the celebrations in Grand Bahama. Kyle, don't maintain your position if you can. We're going to come back to you in a moment just to give us a wrap on what's happening. Gentlemen, we see here, what has already unfolded in these few hours. Let's talk, first of all, about what the PLP is facing. I think Juanita put it very well in her commentary at the PLP headquarters. You've got a pandemic that's still in its third wave. You've got a healthcare system in collapse. You've got an economy that's coming off of life support in some ways. You've got a global economy that's in a crisis. You've got a lot of things on your plate as the new government. Quincy, I'm going to start with you. The expectations of the Bahamian people are very high in that they want change. They're always, every election they keep saying they want change. They want things done differently. And as she said, I don't see there even being a honeymoon period. There's a lot this new government is going to face coming into office.
Mm-hmm. I actually disagree with you. I don't think the election has anything to do with what the Bahamian people want vis-a-vis the actual work to be done. I think this was a rejection of Dr. Minnis, not a selection of the Progressive Liberal Party. That said, the challenge that I think Mr. Davis will have is he's got maybe 7 people that I counted that are cabinet minister type people. Mm-hmm. And he's got a lot of work to do and a lot of inexperienced people to try to get that work done. And so I agree with Vanik, I don't think they will have a honeymoon. And in terms of resources to throw at these incredibly difficult tasks, I think he's definitely going to have to do some magic, and we'll see how it goes.
Dr. Kendall Major, we're going to come to you in a moment, but I want to give the lady in the room an opportunity to speak. Dr. Naomi Hall Campbell Dean. Okay. It's been a while since I've spoken to you. Sorry. Tonight, just sort of give us a synopsis on how this all unfolded, and what this means for the Bahamian people.
So I think what this means for the Bahamian people is that they have voiced their choice, and we see it being played out. You know, one of the things that I think is interesting is when we look at the campaign slogans of the two major political parties, it's a new day versus it's about your future. And so I think when we look at what's happening in the economy, we see that a lot of Bahamians are living day to day, paycheck to paycheck. And so thinking about the future is not necessarily something that a lot of Bahamians have the luxury to do. So while the choice might have been a rejection only of the leadership of Dr. Minnis, I think it's also speaking to this notion that people are really in the moment, and they feel like, I think that maybe the message of the PLP with "It's a New Day" spoke to that.
I'm going to switch back over here very quickly. Dr. Kendall Major, this is a win for the PLP. It's a win for Philip Brave Davis as Prime Minister. Let's talk about the work ahead for the PLP and for this new government.
I think, as Vanik said so aptly, the honeymoon will be short, no doubt about it. One of the attributes of Prime Minister to be Brave Davis is he is open. He has a wide tent, and he will use the talents that are available to this country, not necessarily to keep it parochial between just a small group. PLPs alone cannot run this country. This country needs FNMs and independents. And so this is an opportunity for the new PLP government to show the true essence and ethos of what being PLP and what the PLP core values are. Open this country up and depend on the talents that's around the table. Now, Quincy had mentioned about who may be qualified or not qualified for cabinet. That's a decision that Philip Brave Davis, the Prime Minister, will have to make. I see him making that decision and being open to new ideas and new talents. He's a listener. And what we need now is to be able to be around people who listen and who's open for change. And he has proven that he has the discipline and the persons around him to be able to do that. So I am confident that the PLP, it is a new day for the PLP, but it's also a new day for the country.
Kenyatta Gibson, what is next for the FNM? Now, the Westminster system would say if you've led your party into defeat, you really should step down as leader. Will that happen? We don't know. I think in the now outgoing Prime Minister's remarks, he indicated that he intends to lead in the House of Assembly. It has happened before. But what does that mean for the party? And let's be honest now, the FNM did not go into this election as a united party. There were many factions within that party that worked against the party in many ways.
Well, these things are decided in convention. And quite candidly, I think it's a bit too soon for us to be making any decisions about, the way the party is going to go forward. I think what has to happen at this point in time is you have to take a deliberate examination of the events that have transpired, get whatever reports you need to get done, and then make some decisions going forward for what's in the best interest, not only of the party, but more importantly, the country.
But how do you, I'm going to go a little deeper, how do you go forward when there is clearly an issue within the party. There is an issue with Dr. Minnis, the Prime Minister Minnis, in that party. FNMs have said it to me. They have vocalized it, that there is an issue with his leadership of the FNM.
These things will be determined in short order,
and
the democratic processes which exist will come to the fore.
I want to.
I know you were sitting. So Quincy, I see you shaking your head. I know you weren't getting on this discussion.
No. I just want to point out that this question of problems with Minnis's leadership is a long-standing question, and there are people who would have called Dr. Minnis a low fence. But since he took leadership of the Free National Movement in October, I think, of 2017, nobody's been able to jump that fence.
He's many things, but he's not a low fence.
And that's what I said, right? And I think a lot of people have attempted to undermine his leadership, to topple the castle, so to speak. And he went into the last election still as the leader of the party and the Prime Minister of the country. So I think that for all of the issues or the questions about whether there are challenges to his leadership, there has not been sufficient weight behind any of those challenges so far to put him off.
I think if I chime in, it depends on the final results and which FNM members of Parliament end up in the House.
Yeah.
I think that would be quite telling.
Sorry, but let's stick up in for a moment. But if you say it depends on who ends up in the House, but if it goes to convention, it's not those members who vote who retain him as leader, correct?
Well, it's not only those.
It's not only those members.
It's a wider body of delegates.
Sorry, I just wanted to sort of put that out there because I mean the reality is depending on how those seats shape up and how bad the bloodletting is. Because let's be honest, it's probably already begun. It's going to be an all-out attack on Hubert Minnis.
But what I think we really should do at this particular point in time is give all parties an opportunity to do what is necessary.
Agreed.
At this stage. I just think it's a bit premature for us to be talking about any of these things.
But it's election night. These are the type... While we have this discussion, there are
a statesman if you want to be a statesman.
And thus, but because it's election night, I want to focus on the opportunity that Philip Brave Davis has here.
I agree. So,
Abraham Lincoln, mentioning your point and continuing on your point, Doc, famously assembled a team of rivals in a small developing country of some 400,000 people. Our national aims and goals should be set in stone. There's no reason for the kind of tribalism we see in this country on a day-to-day basis.
Our national aims and goals were there was an attempt for them to be set in stone with the National Development Plan. And that little was mentioned of that plan, frankly, with this administration. But there were many people that did a lot of work on that plan. And so hopefully we can see something like that really become solidified within our society, so that even if we are going back and forth every 5 years, there is something that is going to allow us to
I would embrace
continue.
some sort of consensus, whether we call it a national development plan or whether we call it our prolonged aims and goals, whatever we want to name it. But something that is dedicated to the long-term perpetuation of the collective.
I think Nyambi bringing up the National Development Plan is fascinating, only because I wonder what fidelity the Brave Davis PLP will have to that plan, given the fact of how hard the people who worked on it worked to try to divorce it from a political identity.
Well, I think that they would want to, especially considering your point about how new everybody is going to be in these positions. Frankly, we don't have time for people to learn on the job. And so if there is something that is in place that you could use, I would think that they would want to use it.
Have we, from where you said, though, have we learned any lessons about, and I'll use a sort of term, that throwing the baby out with the bathwater? It seems that governments come in and they spend so much time undoing what they met in place. And to your point, even the things like the National Development Plan just sort of sat on a shelf for years. Are we setting ourselves back as a country by continuing to do that?
Well, you know, maybe that will be the blessing within the curse of the pandemic, is that we don't have time for that, right? People are literally dying. So we don't have time for great, grand new changes of the guard and performance. We have to get people to just get in and do the work.
Good stuff. Before you finish, I want to put our Jessica Robertson on standby. We're going to come to her and her panel in just a minute. Go ahead.
And going on this, developing your point, if ever there was an opportunity for consensus building, for a team of rivals, for a national position to follow, it is now during this most modern crisis, and certainly the most serious crisis that I've seen since I've been an adult in the Bahamas.
Absolutely.
There's been much research and work and committees that has tabled documents and reports through Cabinet and through the House of Assembly for years that passed through administrations, and it's just catching dust. This notion of stop, review, and cancel must stop. The country is too small. We must depoliticize, and we must build the consensus. We need all of us. We need all hands on deck if we're going to beat this. No doubt about it.
I want to point out, to Naomi's point, that Zhivago Lang, as the director of the Government and Public Policy Institute at UB, would argue that he has been working on the National Development Plan, trying to develop KPIs for the plans.
Quincy, we're going to have to interrupt you for a moment.
Sure.
I understand our Jared Higgs is standing by. Our Jared Higgs, pardon me, is standing by live in Cat Island. Jared?
Good evening, Jerome. You're right. I'm live here in Cat Island at the airport. Incoming Prime Minister Philip Davis has just arrived at the airport to a massive crowd of supporters. Earlier this evening, of course, Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis would have called Mr. Davis to concede the election and to wish Mr. Davis well as Prime Minister. Well, now I think TJ has given you a look at that crowd, and perhaps maybe he's given you a look at Mr. Davis over my shoulder. I guess I'll have a look at what's going on behind me. Mr. Davis just arrived with his family and supporters earlier this evening. Of course, you know, this election going very much in the PLP's favor, with, of course, Dr. Minnis already calling to concede this election to Mr. Davis. The supporters are really, really excited. They're really, really excited to see Mr. Davis. When we spoke to him earlier at the Fountain Bay Resort, he was trying to just, gather himself and trying to get some words on paper for his speech tonight. Of course, Mr. Davis is joined here in Cat Island with his wife, Miss Anne-Marie Davis. He's also joined by several of his children and his grandchildren. Mr. Davis hasn't spoken to the press yet. I asked him how he was doing earlier when he just arrived at Fountain at the resort earlier. He just wanted me to give him a moment. He didn't really want to say anything yet. I guess that was because at that time, Dr. Minnis had not called Mr. Davis as yet. But of course, since then, Dr. Minnis has called, conceded the election, and now it's a party in Cat Island. Nothing short of it. They're waiting for Mr. Davis to get on stage there at the airport. He has just arrived. Naturally, we're going to bring those remarks to you. For right now, I can see an officer trying to somewhat, get the crowd to clear up a way. Back to you just for a moment, Jerome.
And once you let us know when he's going on stage, we'll come back to be able to carry those remarks. We're going to come back to studio for now. So you stand by, indicate to us whenever he's ready. We'll come back to you there, okay? So thanks much. We're going to also switch over to our Jessica Robertson, who has a team. She's with a group of folks as well, talking to them tonight. They've been taking all of this in. Jessica.
Thank you, Jerome. Yes, we are still here in our little town hall setting, our COVID town hall. And we have John Boswick, unaffiliated. We have Justin Smith with the DNA and LeVar Ferguson with the FNM. Gentlemen, Minnis, it's been pointed out often that, Hubert Minnis kind of won the election, had no idea what was about to hit him. Dorian, then the global pandemic. This new prime minister and his party, they knew exactly what the situation is, and they went for it, and they've got it. What do they have to do starting tomorrow?
Well, I'll start off first by saying, yes, we understand that the FNM has got a thanks for coming certificate, you know. Yes, the FNM has gotten a thanks for coming certificate, right? And so the PLP said it's a new day. But what type of day will that be? As I look outside right now, boy, it's pouring rain, right?
It's a cleansing, some may say.
It may be a new day, but it may be a cloudy day.
Yeah.
And I just want them to understand the gravity of what is happening in the country. You know, sitting from the opposition, it's easy to say, boss, this is what you have to do. This is what should be done. This is the way forward. But when you're in that hot seat, when the people, they first look to God. And then they look to their leader. They look to their leader for answers, for vision, for movement. And you must have that, because I am convinced Bahamians are like the people that crucified Jesus. One day they said Hosanna, and the next week they said crucify him, you know? And this isn't something strange for any government. But you just have to have a solid plan, and you got to be prepared for what comes your way.
John, you're a big planner. You had a plan, you said this is what the country needs to do for 20 years kind of thing. How do you plan and be strategic when you're stepping into this mess?
You know, and I heard the other panel saying a moment ago, planning is essential, eh? And so this incoming government, I hope and pray they have a plan, because they've had 18 months of COVID to observe it, to analyze it, assess it, and to come up with a plan on a national level at how they would address it. So the present dilemma, the Dorian that they're facing is COVID, and how the country is going to address it and move forward. You know, there are people who are asking a lot of questions about the timing of this election. And was it ill-conceived to have an election at the time of our fourth wave, Delta wave, and the strongest surge of COVID that we've had since the pandemic and the outbreak? We're seeing what I think might pan out to be historically low voter turnout. This country has, amongst Western democracies, had a historically high voter turnout. That COVID would have played a part in that fundamentally, there's no question about it. That voter apathy is probably at its highest level ever. Also, something that's going to have to be very seriously observed in these exit polls. Is this a mandate? Did the last government have a mandate? When last has there been a government with a mandate? Some would say not since 1997.
National sport seems to be ping pong.
Ping pong, and with our politics.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity where there is an instance of national crisis and there was an opportunity for the last Prime Minister. I don't know if he did it 100%, but he did form the National Economic Committee or Review Committee. But there's an opportunity when there's national crisis for a national outreach. Yes, it seems that this incoming government is going to have again a vast majority, as all of the last incoming administrations have had. But it does give them the opportunity to still be seen to reach across the aisles, and also still be seen to reach out into the greater community to find the best of the best to address things at a time of national crisis. We talk about the pandemic, but our economy is in a state of crisis, of serious crisis. And there is a need for the best of the best and the brightest of the brightest to be, one, to make themselves available, and two, to be called upon.
And, you know, when we look at this and needing it on a national level, and we're here faced with another situation where we've got another landslide. And that's one thing that people who understand the Westminster system and Bahamian politics say is the last thing we needed was another landslide, whichever way it went. I kept hearing a lot of people, even up to today, saying whichever way it goes, I just hope it's close.
I agree with that.
Hold your mic up.
I agree with that. Having a little bit of insight on the legal field, I think it's basically important to have a balanced legislature. What I mean by that, when you have a system or when you have a parliament in place where it's sort of biased to one side, it disenfranchises other individuals who may not exactly agree with your ideology, you know. And to have another situation like that may not be as productive for the Bahamas as we would think.
Yeah, what are you thinking?
I would say that this is also where we as Bahamians have to really look at what do we want. The back and forth between the two major parties is something that we have become accustomed to. It's almost becoming more like a tradition. It's like Christmas, we're going to bake ham, and New Year's we bake the turkey, and that's simply just how Bahamians have shown us for the past. From 1997, there has been no government that has been re-elected in a two-term consecutive. It's been like that for the past 2 decades now that we've been back and forth between the major parties. This is where Bahamians have to ask themselves, are we being represented? Are our views being represented? Are the two major parties actually holistically showing our different, showing the views that we want in Parliament? And if not, then in another 5 years, we have to go back to those ballot boxes and say, am I ready and am I prepared to vote based on the views that I see? Are these parties aligned with my ideologies? And this is where third parties like mine have to also solidify their voices in the conversation. And third parties, what I would hope that they do not do is that in this time, phase out, but stand your ground. You have third parties have made a conversation in this country, and we should continue to demand a place at the table, whether it be at the policy making table or outside of the window agitating for policies to be done. But this is where third parties and other representatives of different sectors of society have to give their voice to the government.
So it's our next political fun is name your cabinet, right? Anything coming to mind, gentlemen? We don't know for sure exactly who, but we've got some pretty good ideas of who has won a seat and is ripe for picking. Anything coming to mind as to if you were Brave Davis right now, you'd be like, yep, that's.
Well, Brave, the incoming Prime Minister now has, like he has said, this is a new day. This is a new PLP. We see some old faces there that have now returned, and you could probably pick out who may get back to be cabinet ministers from the Christie administration. But what I would hope is that, along with the new faces that have been elected to Parliament, that there is a coupling of these ministries where those who are senior cabinet ministers and who've been there before will take on junior cabinet ministers or state ministers, and then at some point within the tenure of the party, switch to where now the senior cabinet minister can say, okay, now the state minister can take it over, and not just someone holding it. And he has a very large majority, so he has time to actually switch up and take, make decisions differently.
Jess, we'll have to come back to you in a moment. We've got some live video. We've got to go to Grand Bahama. Thank you to your panelists. We're going to go now to Obi Wilshcombe, the incoming member for West End and Bimini.
I'm elated that tonight I have my colleague with me, Ginger Moxie, a young lady who I intend to work so closely with, because we're going to make an impact in Grand Bahama like you've never seen before. We're going to be responsible for the transformation of this island like you've never seen it, because we're a team. My colleagues who lost this evening, they're still a part of our team, and we're going to have them inclusive of everything we do in order to make the difference.
Mr. Wilson, you predicted a big win in Grand Bahama, perhaps not perhaps not as big as you would have wanted, but still a big one nationally. Where does the party go from here?
The party has to continue to develop itself, predicated upon the plans that it has, its blueprint plan. I think the people of this country made a strong statement. The people of the country said, we want a new direction, we want a new day. The party laid out a plan. They expect the party to carry out that plan in its governance. I believe that all that they've rejected tells us that the Bahamian people does not accept second nature, they do not accept excuses. They want to see a government that's going to make a difference in their lives. We're going to be that government that will make a difference. And in Grand Bahama, my colleague and I intend to work extremely hard, work together, and you're going to see some unification that you've never seen before, because our colleagues might have lost this evening, but we all won because we're one team.
One more question for me. How does it feel to be back?
It feels great. I'm more mature. I've learned from my experiences. I've apologized to my constituents if I did anything that might have offended them, and of the mistakes I made. I'm not a perfect man. I'm imperfect. All of us are. But I believe that my people have accepted me now, and so I can go and do the work that I want to do and to make a difference.
And what does a new day mean here in West Grand Bahama and Bimini?
A new day for West Grand Bahama means that new opportunities. It means that young people could dream like I dreamt when I was a young man, what I wanted to be. It means that we can think about a society where we can get together, harmony. It means that we'll see culture explode. It means that musicians and others will have opportunities that they're not having right now. It means that new developments will come. It means that we will ensure that Bahamians are part of the entrepreneurship growth and are owners of their own land. So we're going to create new things and new ideas are going to come to the table, and we're going to embrace others who have new ideas. We're not going to reject it. We're going to bring people inside to the party, and we're going to bring people inside to the government.
Thank you very much, Jerome. That was Obi Wolscombe. He just was once again elected as the MP for West Grand Bahama and Bimini. He and Ginger Moxley, he was elected as the MP for Pine Ridge. Back to you in studio, Jerome.
Thank you very much, Kyle, walking in there in the midst of what's happening in Grand Bahama. So, gentlemen, two concerning things here for me, and I don't want to sort of dampen the celebrations, but I'm concerned, as I'm sure you are, by the crowds and the mingling as we still have this COVID crisis in our front yard. It's not, or at our doorstep. So that's a concern for me. The other thing that deeply concerns me, and I've just said to my staff, are we getting any more results in the Parliamentary Registration Department? What's happening with the results? I mean, obviously the candidates know that they've won, but I mean, again, the system has folded up and gone home. We saw it in the last election, and it's like, okay, well, since you all have won, we can go home, but I mean, what happened? I'm at a loss of words. Again, this happened the last election. Here we are at the same place.
Obviously, the reporting requirements need to be codified. They need to be statute-based, and the parliamentary commissioner needs to be obligated by law to perform those tasks. You just can't leave.
I understand he's gone home.
No, it's unfortunate.
I've asked my team, what's happened? I mean,
that is the case.
Here we are with a board. I mean, we can sort of give some inkling of some of the results. We know what's happening in some of the constituencies, but I mean, it's like everything is stopped, shop closed.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and we have lost our ability to cross political lines and deal with the principles and the matter at hand. As my learned friend Kenyatta said, this needs to be codified. It's no way we should be here discussing possibilities and the parliamentary registration or the department that's reporting the results are gone home. What should be happening is the votes should be counted. In fact, tomorrow morning, everybody needs to show up at a respective place and have a recount and have those votes to be official.
And then certified. But tonight, we should have some unofficial results. I mean, it's just like a complete chaotic scene. Nyambi, I'm going to get you in on this. This, to me, speaks to a lack of continuity, of institutions. And if we continue to politicize these things, then every 5 years we're going to be in this crazy cycle.
I think it speaks to a lack of continuity. I think it also speaks to this idea of the role of technology, right? Because it's like,
Or lack of.
or well, you know, it's like, well, if I got the results in my phone, it was WhatsApp to me, then, you know, what else do we need to do? You know, so if people, where are people getting their messages from? What media sources are they looking at? What resources are they looking to say this is official? And does official even really matter?
Sure.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Go ahead.
Coming towards this general election, there was a matured, experienced parliamentary commissioner. He was unceremoniously removed for no apparent reason that we know of, and now an acting person appointed with no specific mandate or portfolio that we know of. That's concerning. And so now we see this. So how does this benefit the Bahamian people? When that ought to be an independent parliamentary commissioner's office that ought to be now reporting to the Bahamian people.
And let me throw some salt in the wound. Let us come to the 21st century. Why, in God's name, in 2021, are we still distributing bits of paper and WhatsApping information when, you know, we live in an age of technology? We've spent loads of money and effort and whatever to put this board together, and for us to develop a system, it was near impossible because this is just the way we do it. I mean, I jump on this high horse again, right down to the media being able to vote in advance poll. I kept asking, can we vote, can we vote? We're on the ground from 6 o'clock in the morning. We all had to vote this morning. And they go, oh, it's a concierge, you can come straight to the front of the line. When I have people who can't travel because they had to vote. It is ludicrous. It is absolutely ludicrous. And I cry shame on the institution to be so outdated and antiquated that this is the way that we have to run an election. And so I'm going to call on the new government. Please fix this system.
Absolutely.
Please, this is broken, it's outdated, and it's frustrating, and it is unfortunate that we have to go through this. And my final point to this, that what you are doing is you're depriving the Bahamian people of an opportunity to live in the 21st century of reporting. Okay? Sorry.
To the point that we raised earlier, though, this is another good opportunity for consensus. None of us are going to dispute anything that you said there. It is patently obvious that these things need to happen. All right? It's axiomatic that you should have these results by now because everybody else has them. So we really have to take these opportunities where we can work together and avail of them.
So hold on, I think we have a live. Folks, what do we have? I hear something in my ear. No, we're still going. Okay, sorry, go ahead. I'd like to, as you're talking, we want to show some stuff on the board as well. Just, Christina, just go through some of the constituencies that we can show. Some things that we can show. Fox Hill here, we have 92%. Reporting Fred Mitchell seems to have taken that. Let's just go through the constituencies.
Can I point out?
Sure, I mean, we can talk. Go ahead.
Before you change it, look at the voter turnout. 42%.
Yeah, very low.
42% voter turnout.
And we're a country that has high voter turnout. Yeah. So let's look at that. Let's flip through some other constituencies, whatever you can find at this point. Yeah. Sorry, you started to say something.
No, I was... the good dentist or me?
Mm-hmm. Well, I had started to say something too.
Well, there you
go. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Your point of, you know, your frustrations with the parliamentary register and things not changing. So in my field, we would call that the first order change versus the second order change, right? So we have a change of face of governments every 5 years over the 20 years. But when we look at our systems, when we look at our structures, a lot of them haven't changed since 1967. So what are we really looking for when we are saying we want change? And why is it that we're not really getting that?
It's like, I always say it's like putting on clean clothes and you ain't bad. Let's take a look here at Fort Charlotte. This is what Fort Charlotte seems to be shaping up to be. 64% reporting. Alfred Sayers, we can go with a comeback. Would have been voted on the last election, came back. One of those 7, I think, Quincy, that you talked about who had that experience. Alfred Sayers, to me, in many ways, is a uniter, I think. I think he would have been voted out in the last election as sort of a, let's get rid of he was a casualty. Let me put it to that. I would say casualty, but certainly, here we are in Fort Charlotte. He looks to be taking that. Christine, any other constituency? 35% voter turnout. Let's see here, South Beach.
We've got 50% reporting in South Beach.
We can call it almost Rebecca's role.
Yeah.
We see here 39% voter turnout.
Very low voter turnout.
The low voter turnout means something.
It does mean something.
It means something.
Isn't COVID?
It's relatively close in Yamacraw, 77% reporting.
Yamacraw is still,
We've got
as you see.
3 divisions outstanding, 3 polling divisions.
But 77, but Zane Lightbourne is ahead. And so again, I think unofficial, we're still going through.
This one is interesting to me as well because the coalition candidate is definitely stealing votes, I think, from the incumbent there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's stealing votes from Zane because Zane is a newcomer as well. But I think Ellsworth Johnson has bled all of those votes to Mr. Rutherford. And with Mr. Rutherford, without Mr. Rutherford, I think the race might be a lot closer.
Christina, let's see if we can pull another one in the interim.
Low voter turnout hurts the incumbent. Typically, passion wins elections, and people, what drives them to the polls is the need to do something, the feeling that their vote makes a difference.
We're going to look at Freetown now. 50% reporting, very low voter turnout, but it looks like Wayne Munro may be pulling ahead and may have taken that seat. Look here, Patrice Hanna-Carey, 8% of the vote.
8% to Dionisio.
And there is you see the difference there, and see what's happening. 50% reporting, but of course we can't verify anything beyond that at this point. Let's keep going.
As a senior journalist with roots,
it's my gray hair, right? You call me a senior journalist.
You can't. You can't be serious, right? With roots everywhere, I have to ask you: do you think the coalition of independents set out to wreck the election for the FNM?
I think there's always, I don't know how you end up turning the question to me. I'm supposed to be the one questioning, but I think I think third parties are always a spoiler. And particularly, I think if the parties don't recognize what they do for an election, it will work against them. And I'll be honest, I think this is the second time that a third party factor has hurt the FNM.
2012.
2012, when the DNA first came out with Brown and McCartney, and they were dismissed. They weren't really taken seriously, and that cost the FNM in a big way in that election. Let's look at St. Barnabas. This could be a pickup here for Shannon on Cartwright. 91% reporting. He's pulled ahead 48%.
A better voter turnout here, 60% compared to 25 in some places, in the 40s in others.
So this may be, this looks like this is going to land in the win column for St. Barnabas. But before we go, Michael Alkidas would have been one of the PLP candidates who was looking to make a return. Yes. But it looks like he may have lost in St. Barnabas to the incumbent.
I didn't say it earlier, and perhaps the good doctor and Kenyatta can shed some light on this. But my understanding is that the folks in St. Barnabas were upset when Mike was sent there because he was they thought he would have a shoe-in Golden Isles.
We're going to stop you right now, Quincy. We're going to take you to the live shot from Cat Island. I think this is the airport at Mumbai. Incoming Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis is coming to the podium.
I don't know.
That's a different audio. I think that was coming out.
And on behalf of all, the entire campaign team, I thank you all. Thank you for your continued support. Continue to keep Philip Brave Davis in prayer. Continue to support him and lean on him as he will lean on you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Find the way with Philip Brave. Find the way with Brave. Find the way with Philip Brave. Find the way with Brave. Find the way with Philip Brave. People get ready. The way
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Philip Edward Bragg Davis.
Thank you, Bahamas. Thank you. You voted today with brave hearts. You voted with hearts full of hope for our country. You voted for a new day, new beginning. We are a nation and a people yearning for renewal. It is time to face our challenges and face them head on. We'll do so with humility, but also with determination. We'll work so that opportunities reach out to every home, because we believe in the dignity of every member of our Bahamian family. To those who voted PLP today, I promise to work hard to justify your faith in us. For those of you who voted for a different party today, I pledge to work hard to overcome your doubts. Many of you didn't vote at all today because the snap election took you by surprise. You weren't able to register on time, or because transferring from one constituency to another was deliberately made too difficult for you. Many of you didn't vote today because you were afraid of being exposed to the virus. The protocols for protecting voters were only published at the last minute. It is the first time in our modern history that a government has worked to disenfranchise voters and suppress turnout. But I want to say tonight, whether you voted PLP or for the other party, whether you came out to vote or you weren't able to vote, our government will serve all Bahamians. We won in places where the PLP has not won in decades or ever before. We thank you for your support. We are going to work hard to make sure that with every year that passes, you feel prouder and prouder of the votes you cast for us. My friends, if you had seen me as a small child running around and playing right here in Cat Island, you might not have thought, now there is a future Prime Minister. I would never have dared to dream such a thing myself. But we never know what God has in store for us. I may not have started with much, but I was blessed with the advantages that really matter. I had grandparents who loved me, a mother and father who believed in me, and teachers and mentors who guided me. Tonight, I'm missing sorely those who are no longer with us, those who made me who I am. It is because of them that this improbable journey was possible. My parents, Brave and Dorothy, Carlton Roll, Old Bite, my teacher, at the all-age school here in Old Bight, Cat Island. Peter Galanis from New Bight, who saw that I could be an attorney before I did. Again, my father, who believed that the Progressive Liberal Party was the answer to inequality and injustice, the vehicle for our nation's progress. Sir Lyndon Pindling, who believed I could serve the Bahamian people in our nation's parliament. You see how blessed I've been? This is what I want for all our children. Mentors, people who believe in them, whatever their dream. Of course, even with the best mentors, the journey to this moment was not always smooth. There have been setbacks and disappointments and losses. We are not defined, however, by our lowest moments, but instead by how we respond to those moments. We have to dust ourselves off and get up and keep going. You know, it's easier to do that when you have a wonderful family by your side. To my wife Anne, I want to thank you for your support and hard work and encouragement. We did it. We did it. You will be a very beautiful First Lady. To my children, who are all here with me, nothing gives me greater joy than your achievements and seeing the wonderful people you have become. To my grandchildren, Cole, who stands here with me, Noah and CJ, and where's Parker? Parker's sleeping. I want to thank you for inspiring me, because you remind me every day what we are fighting for, a Bahamas in which you and all of our children can thrive and reach your fullest potential. To the special people of Cat Island, St. Sal and Rumkey, thank you from the bottom of my heart. For giving me another opportunity to serve you. We've been through so much together. We have laughed a lot, celebrated happy moments together, cried over losses together. I look forward, though, to many shared triumphs ahead. I want to thank the volunteers across the country who were the people power behind this campaign. You knocked on doors and joined us for food giveaways and handed out blueprints and fought the good fight. I know it wasn't always easy. I especially want to thank those who were with us at our lowest point in the days and months after the 2017 election, when we needed to rebuild the party and renew our spirit. I want to remember those particularly shortly after May 10, 2017, because together, those who were there, we did something special. Thank you. Thank you to the entire PLP family, from the chairman, Fred Mitchell, who won his seat, to our national coordinator, to our wonderful Secretary General, to our communications and legal teams, to our field generals, and every last canvasser. I know how many sleepless nights were devoted to this victory. I'm very grateful also to our party's talented deputy leader, Chester Cooper. He is going to be an excellent deputy prime minister, and he will continue to represent the people of Exumas and Ragged Island with integrity and distinction. Thank you to all PLP candidates. I know you work your hearts out. In fact, I want to thank the candidates of all the political parties. It's easier to sit on the sidelines and criticize than it is to climb into the arena yourself. It takes a lot of courage. You gotta be brave. Your participation in the elections makes our democracy stronger. You know, today happens to be the holiest of days of the year for the Jewish people. They call it Yom Kippur. It's the day of atonement, a day for righting wrongs, a day for asking forgiveness from those whom they have harmed, a day of asking those whom they have helped, how can I help you more? These are the questions that they're asking every day. What can I do today to make the world a more just and generous place? My fellow Bahamians, with your voices and your votes, you made it clear that you wanted a country in which we come together to solve our biggest challenges. Thank you for seeing the possibility of what we can build together for our children and our grandchildren. For all those who called to say they were praying for me, thank you. Your prayers have surely lifted us all up. I am profoundly grateful to you for giving me the chance to serve you. I will not forget any of the people I've talked to along the way in this journey. I will not forget the tough questions you had for me, or your struggles. And I will not forget your hopes and dreams for yourselves and for our nation. This victory belongs to you. Scripture tells us that weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. In the morning, we will rise as one nation and meet the challenges ahead. May God bless you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
The incoming Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Philip Brave Davis, addressing supporters in New Bight, Cat Island at the airport there, accompanied by his wife and family. You see the supporters, you would have heard his speech. He now becomes the 5th Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and an independent Bahamas. He spoke to the campaign, he thanked his supporters, he thanked PLPs, he talked about the work ahead, and that's going to be very tremendous for him. It's time now for us to take a look at some projections who we can pretty definitively say will be at his side, as well as those sitting across in the opposition. Christina, we've got some projected winners that we can share based on our data.
Right, so we have Wade Watson, who we can confirm for Bainstown and Grantstown. He is the projected winner. We're just having a little delay there. But we're going to be going over the winners that we can project at this hour. We're going to start off with Fort Charlotte. Alfred Sears, he is confirmed as our projected winner for Fort Charlotte at this time. We also have Glennis Hannah.
Sorry.
We have Glennis Hannah Martin for Englerston, our projected winner. Another one in the PLP column, we have Fred Mitchell, our projected winner for Fox Hill. We can also move on to the projected winner for Golden Gate, Pia Glover Roll. She is our projected winner. We can also confirm Kurt Hollingsworth for Marco City. He is the projected winner in that constituency. Mikhail Bonaby for Mount Moriah. He is our projected winner there. Another projected winner for the PLP, Jamal Strawn in Nassau Village. In St. Barnabas, we have Michael Halkitis, who is being projected as the winner there.
I think that we may have to double check that. I don't
There's a couple of them.
think
We'll actually go on to look at the balance of the House of Assembly, Jerome. We were talking a little bit about how the results have been coming in. We saw low voter turnout in several constituencies, but how is that playing out in the House of Assembly? So we have projected winners for 13 on the side of the PLP and 4 on the side of the F&M. Now, it was kind of flipped in the 2017 general election. We saw 4 for the PLP compared to 35 for the F&M. So the balance of the House of Assembly, the makeup of the House of Assembly will look a lot different this time around.
I'll probably take a look at the map of New Providence if we could. This is how it's shaping up thus far. We think these are some of the projected constituencies that we're looking at. Again, all of this is still unofficial. We're just going by the counts that we have. So bear with us. It gives you an idea of the difficulties that we are facing. Thank you, Christina. We're going to go back at that in a moment and go back through some of those. Gentlemen, as we look at this, as we look at some of the new faces that are possibly coming into Parliament, into the House of Assembly, one of the I think frustrations that people had with the now former administration was a lot of the missteps that were happening and seemingly well on into the administration. And it would all, and some of them were very basic and almost rudimentary, and you thought, well, how did we get to this point? You've been in power long enough. What needs to happen this time around to ensure that you don't have those missteps further on into or as far into the administration as we would have seen this time?
In the multitude of consults, seek the advice of the people around you. Use the experience that the country offers of the great minds that we have in government, the permanent secretary, some of them pass, and experience is a factor. We have looks like we're going to have a number of new candidates. They will be neophytes. They would need training. They would need education in how to be a good parliamentarian. What is that like? I think I would be certainly very interested to know who would be head of the House in terms of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker. So this will be an interesting experiment for the new government. I think Prime Minister Dave Davis understands that he's on the ebb of history, and his decisions will be analyzed, will be critiqued, and I believe this is an opportunity he's been waiting for a long time. He's going to use the people around him to get the job done. I'm looking forward to the PLP, this new administration, learning from the mistakes of the past, but more particularly learning from the mistakes of the last administration.
I would like to add to what the good doctor has said. that one of the hallmarks of the Minnis administration was a certain arrogance, and there are a number of individuals who could be pointed to in the cabinet and the party who that word has been applied to, rightly or wrongly, over the last 4.5, 5 years. What I think is required is humility. And I think that that's going to be that will be the determining factor in whether or not you have people who can, in fact, learn from mistakes.
Interestingly, those are the words, the word arrogant is a word that was used a lot to describe the administration. Kenyatta, I want to ask you, when you're in government, you're working, sometimes it's hard to balance the two because the work of government is so great and there's so much going on. It's easy to disconnect from the people, the people that need you on a day-to-day basis, and people always say it's always so much easier in opposition.
Well, I can't adopt these positions on arrogance and so forth, but
I'm just talking about
But what I will say is this: it shouldn't be easy to disconnect. Politics is the business of dealing with people and people's needs. Politicians need to realize that they are servants of those people. And as those people are happy with you, you succeed. When those people become unhappy with you, they fire you. This is the lesson that's been learned throughout democratic history, and we need to understand it.
Why don't we seem to learn that lesson, though? Every 5 years we're standing in the same spot going, okay, well, you're fired, now you're in.
The difficulty is that people, I'm speaking in generalities.
Yeah.
People who go into public life should like people. Okay? If you don't have an affiliation.
Sorry. That was a moment.
All right? If you don't have an affinity, an affiliation with people, you're not going to be good at it. It's half instinct.
Agreed.
You have to have empathy. You have to know when you're dealing with someone who is genuine, and you have to reach out your hand. To use the biblical phrase, to wipe tears from their eyes, but sometimes to say to the person, man, you're talking foolishness. You have to like people to do the job properly.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if I could add to that, I wonder if one of the things that is contributing to what we're seeing, you talked about politics, and if we need to take a focus off of politics and look on governance, right? Mm-hmm. Are we really focusing on politics every 5 years, or are we focusing on governing every 5 years? And what would be the differences if we were really able to extrapolate the two and focus on what is needed at hand, and then politics when, it comes time to vote and things like that?
Go ahead.
That's why she's a university.
Yeah, no, I was about to say all the men went quiet.
In theory, that's brilliant. That's true.
Yeah.
But people, men, women in authority want to maintain. They want to be able to reproduce, and so politics is necessary for governance. It's like it's the first step of governance. And that's the experiment of a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
You compete with ideas, you win, and you want to keep winning. The politics will...
So you can't necessarily set the politics aside.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
The character of the individual is critical, experience, and the character is where the separation comes. And you recognize who you are there to serve, not of yourself, but of the people.
But I think Dr. Hall Campbell-Dean is not incorrect, though. The idea is, or at least what I get from what you were saying, Naomi, is that every 5 years we enter a political race which has at its core no consideration for governance. All it is concerned with is raw politics. And I think for my own self, I think many of the decisions that are made during the political season would be different if, in addition to raw politics, governance was considered. Because there are people who would make a choice about what they're going to do vis-a-vis this individual who is a member of parliament, but who is also a cabinet minister and has a portfolio that has accomplished X, Y, Z over the course of the last 5 years. Well, while he was in governance, he did X, or while she was in the House, she did Y. And she may not have been, and this was Mr. Christie's mistake, I think, she may not have been the most attentive MP in the world, but she was the brilliant minister of whatever. And I think that there is a balance to be struck between considering only politics during political season and having some conception of the fact that whatever choices I make during this season are going to be reflected in the quality of governance that I get.
And I wonder too if that plays out when you look at personality traits like an arrogance, right? Because before, I think Dr. Minnis was the prime minister, that arrogance might have been perceived as a confidence, right? Or a strong man, or someone who knows what he wants and goes after it. And then we haven't even really touched on gender in leadership, right? But looking at Komalafe, are women allowed to have that confidence, and how is it perceived in the same way? So I think all of these things come into play.
Yeah, and one man's arrogance is another man's assertiveness. The truth of and the truth of the matter is this: the government is to choose. Being able to choose is to be unable to govern. People who are in positions of responsibility have to make hard choices, and sometimes they are unpopular, but the job has to be done.
Wouldn't it be great if we create a system where the population, the populace, has an opportunity to hold the leaders accountable throughout the 5-year period, as opposed to only the time that we vote? And that comes through education. So we have to put mechanisms in place to educate our people from school, from the high school, from primary school, with civics, with governance. We have to teach leadership so that people have an expectation of, and just not get accustomed to being treated poorly. Sometimes I think we are used to being treated badly, and we just come back for more.
It's like
we're begging.
I call it, it's like an abusive marriage.
Yeah.
You know, you just keep coming back for more and more. Before we get into a whole other discussion, let's go out to our Jessica Robertson, who's standing by with our panel in our town hall. We're going to wrap up that segment now. Jess, you and your panelists have been watching all night. We are coming to the end of the road for this broadcast, but certainly, to borrow a phrase, it's a new day. Tomorrow really is a new day in many ways.
Wow.
New prime minister, new cabinet coming in, new government, new time, same problems, but it's certainly going to be a very new face on the country come tomorrow morning.
Without a doubt. Well, I'm standing out here, and I've got John Boswick, I've got Justin Smith and LeVar Ferguson, and we've been watching all of the numbers. We've been watching everything as it comes out. And I think the number that we've all been watching the closest when it comes up on the screen is the voter turnout. And that seems to be, more than anything, the story of this election is voter turnout. 2017, we had just over 88% of the voters turn out, which is probably a little low by Bahamian standards. We're usually in 90% plus. That's a national sport, is voting. And we're seeing 20%. I think the highest we've seen flash up on the screen so far was about 60%. And so, and I think, Justin, you had spoken about this earlier, was how this really does not appear to be an endorsement of the PLP. And when you start looking at that, the number of people who just didn't even bother, and where those votes might have gone had those people come out, certainly there's a lot of unpacking of this election, not just for those who didn't win, but I think for those who won as well, because they need to understand the mandate that they may or may not have just been given. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? We're going to... as we look at what's happening here and what we've got now. We've got a new government in place. We're going to have a new prime minister sworn in, cabinet to pick out. We've been doing some of our own picks and talking about that. But what are your thoughts? Anyone? Everyone's gone shy on me.
Well, I will say this. At the end of the day, the success of the PLP government is the success of the Bahamian people. And regardless of our different politics, at the end of the day, we want this government to be successful. The low voter turnout is a statement to the incoming government and the outgoing government, but it is also a statement of the future. Bahamian people are fearful, they are disgruntled, they are hurting. Many persons have been affected by Dorian, and many more Bahamians have been affected by coronavirus, myself included, with the loss of my brother. This is why a lot of young persons, you would have seen, would have not turned out to the polls today, because they don't really see a set vision or plan for the country. The PLP has proposed its blueprint. I pray that the success of the blueprint will happen. And also, I want to also make people understand that, yes, the showing of Orinthia Komalafe, we may look at it and say, well, what does that mean? But what it means for young girls is that there is a place for you at the helm of leadership. There are a group of people that will not look at gender, but they will look at competency and see that they can support a person. And I pray that in the 21st century, in 2021, that the discussion will go from whether someone's wearing a pants or a skirt, but it will be who is competent enough to be at the helm of the table.
Absolutely. LeVar?
Basically, in a nutshell, I agree with him. This election, it was unprecedented. There were a number of catalysts that assisted in moving it in the way that it did. The pandemic, of course, was, I would say, one of the top 3 reasons. But what we see here, some may say is a rejection of the government. Some may say is a rejection of the leader. But whatever it is, the Bahamas has to move forward, and what is done must be done for the sake of the people. So it makes no sense to sit here and be disgruntled about it. You know, because at the end of the day, I'm still a Bahamian, all of us here are Bahamians, and we still must move forward. And I'd like to hope that in this next few years, we can see an increase, not even this few years, in the next few weeks, as this new government and incoming prime minister takes the helm of the ship, they can steer us adequately and to the best of their ability in navigating through this pandemic. So, that's what it is.
Apathy, comes to mind, and exhaustion. I think we see, again, the lowest voter turnout in our history. I think is going to be the reflection on this and the exit polls. I think coming into this, we have seen apathy and throughout Bahamian politics. The pandemic, of course, would have contributed. The snap of the election. And again, we haven't seen a snap election in recent memory. We see that prime ministers have gone almost to the very last day. So we have to give the outgoing prime minister some kind of credit for boldness at the very least, whether misguided or misjudged, misdirected, is I think, well, we're seeing the truth of that, of those statements. But also, I take some notice of the statements made by Mr. Davis. I think it was the best any of us have ever heard him speak. He clearly didn't speak from a script. He spoke from his heart, and he appealed for unity. He clearly spoke with an awareness of the fact that it was a very, very low voters turnout, and that would reflect on whether or not he had, in fact, been given a mandate. And he called for unity, and he called for a government that would reflect all Bahamians. So I hope that even in the absence of what might be a concrete plan, if the only plan is that he's seeking unity and seeking to unify all Bahamians and to represent all Bahamians and to move forward in that spirit, I wish him every luck.
Well, thank you so much to each and every one of you for joining us here this evening. And Jerome, we're going to take it back to you.
Thank you very much, Jessica. You had a great panel tonight, 2 sets to be exact. Some great insight. We really appreciate it. Lots of great feedback. We're getting ready to wrap up our broadcast tonight. So, gentlemen, I'm going to just sort of ask you for some closing words, looking at what happened tonight, but also let's look to the future. You know, what are the next few weeks, months, years going to be like for the Bahamas? Quincy, I'll start with you.
The next few weeks are going to be hectic for the Progressive Liberal Party. I trust that Mr. Davis went into the general election with some idea of what he would do if he won. So I trust that there will be some level of coherent plan that is presented to the Bahamian people for his first term as a prime minister. I have heard from his supporters that he is a consensus man and a listener, so I anticipate much consensus building in the coming months. I have heard howls of indignation from the FNM, and so the idea that a prime minister who led a party to defeat plans to continue on as a leader of the party, we'll see how that goes, whether that ship will fly. And I look forward to seeing Mr. Davis's cabinet, given the paucity of experience that he has on his team.
Thank you. Howls of indignation. I'm going to take that away. Very, I like that. Dr. Kendall Major?
Jerome, I told a candidate, the candidate actually for Garden Hills, whom I'm advised also won his seat, Mario Boleg, that when this all ends, there's no time to rest. The work just begins.
Tomorrow morning.
The Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister and perhaps his Attorney General will be sworn in as early as tomorrow morning. The cabinet will be chosen pretty much over the weekend. And I would expect the Prime Minister to speak to us on Monday about his plans and a step-by-step process on how we can deal with COVID. What is the next step? What is the 100-day plan? I'm not sure what he's going to call it. But I believe Prime Minister Brave Davis is ready. He's prepared for this moment. My takeaway is really this. I believe the office of the Parliamentary Commissioner failed this country and committed malpractice and malfeasance tonight. I am completely disappointed, and that ought to be one of the first things the new government looks at. Correct what's happening in the Parliamentary Commissioner's office. The voter turnout is an interesting statistic that we need to look at and delve a little bit deeper into. But let us rally around the new government. I think the Prime Minister and the PLP in general ran a very disciplined campaign.
Kudos to them.
If we continue with that level of discipline as a party and let that transcend through the government, I believe there will be brighter days ahead. So I am happy and I'm hopeful, and I still think this is still the best country on God's green earth.
I definitely agree with you. They ran a very disciplined, very good campaign. Very, very true. Kenyatta Gibson.
Well, it's COVID.
Let's not forget that. Yes.
He has to let this country know what his plan is for the dealing with the COVID pandemic, and which follows from that is how he's going to manage to reignite this economy. So really, there is no honeymoon. There is no time to rest on your laurels. He gave a very unifying message. We have to take him at his word. And as I said before, I wish him the best.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. I am going to give the lady the last word from the floor tonight, Dr. Naomi Hall Campbell-Dean, our political analyst.
Thanks, Jerome. So I think there are a number of things that we see coming out of tonight in terms of the development of the country and the movement forward. We know definitely that COVID is going to be first on the agenda, but I think that we also have to remember that we're living in a global space. So I'm being interested to see how this administration deals with things like sustainable development goals and true equality of women under the law in the Bahamas. Issues like climate change as a reality for all of us, not just dealing with Dorian, but the Dorians, you know, knock on wood, that don't come, but that probably will. Even reparations as a paramount issue of the 21st century, you know. So I hope that these are things that they take into account. Oprah Winfrey, in her last show, said out of her over 4,000 interviews, the main thing that people wanted to know was, do you see me, do you hear me, and does what I say matter? And so I hope that we can take these things into account as we move forward and really listen to the people of the Bahamas.
That's a very, very good way. Do you see me, do you hear me, do I count? Very, very, very good. As we wrap up, Christina Dragovich on the magic board. We got in some good work tonight.
Yes.
This is kind of hysterical. And I have to say, we put in a whole lot of work. People have no idea.
There are a lot of people working on this behind the scenes.
Yeah, we worked on this a long time. But we did it. We were able to tell a part of the story.
Yes.
For you, we didn't get through telling the full story, but we got through a part of it.
Right, and that is in part due to what happened or didn't happen at the Parliamentary Commissioner's office. But we are looking forward to fully populating this in the days to come, hopefully not too many days, but so we can really see, you know, how the House of Assembly shapes up, how the entire Bahamas shapes up, who is representing who. And, you know, people can start to get to know their MPs as a new government is formed, a new cabinet is formed.
Mm-hmm. The other thing, too, I know that we would have done, we wouldn't get into a lot of details, but the Voice of the Bahamas survey, the exit polling, our boss is watching very closely. In the days to come, we're going to be analyzing that data and putting that out as well.
And also the shift, because going into this, we thought the story was about the undecided voter. Well, now it's, did the voters show up? Mm-hmm. It's the voter turnout. So there's that shift in storytelling, and we hope to get layers and layers and deep into that, dig into that information as the days go on.
So still many, many stories to tell in the days ahead as a new government steps in, a new prime minister, a new deputy prime minister, a new cabinet, a new House of Assembly configuration, many stories to tell, which led us to tonight's result. So we'll be here to tell you all of those stories. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we end tonight's broadcast here on the RTV Network. For the past few weeks, we have been grueling, and this has been very grueling for us, for this entire team. I just want to take this opportunity to thank them for the exceptional work and the unwavering dedication to this mission. And I tell you, it has been a mission. A million thank yous to all of them for the great work that this team has done. To my guests and panelists, you have been a great addition to this broadcast tonight. We could not have done it without you. To the Bahamian people, I want to say congratulations on another stellar display of democracy. That's what happened tonight. On behalf of my co-hosts, Christina Dragovich, Jessica Robertson, and the entire team, I'm Jerome Sawyer. Thanks for watching. Good night, everyone.